things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for being here. My name is Alan Cox. Let's see what we can do. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everybody.
Mary Santora is out. Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
Beginning of the show now, Poundcake always looks like someone shooting a found footage horror film
I don't know why that is.
because he's moving the camera, and I like it. He's moving the camera on to get himself in the frame.
You know, I don't.
It's very
like,
shaky and jittery.
I don't like this. This may be an unpopular opinion, but I don't like this motion detector camera thing.
You don't like the auto switch?
No,
Why?
because
Great.
It is.
Yeah.
You guys think it's great? Okay.
Yeah, Bill doesn't have to switch. Doesn't have to.
I mean, I wasn't really struggling with it, but yeah, it's convenient.
great.
But there's not. Every time I move is not every time I'm doing something. Like sometimes I'm just.
It's a
twitching
little
or moving
sensitive, yeah.
Yeah,
And you're also real fidgety.
I'm real fidgety, and I'm answering calls in here. So even if I'm sitting, I'll be sitting still one moment.
No,
and
you'll
then-
be, yeah.
And then it'll get me like picking up the phone, or in commercial break, I'm just like da 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 da, looking on my phone, and it'll be on me. I'm like, all right.
Well, I was muted then. That's a thing I have to do in here. But
But it'll still
if
go
your,
to
if
him,
your
yeah.
mic is off,
But it's not, the movement
Has
picks it
nothing
up
to do
too.
with- Yeah, it has nothing to do with
the movement,
Yeah.
it's picking up mic signals.
It
No,
picks
it's
up,
not.
It picks up movement too.
It is motion detected.
That wasn't my understanding. My understanding was it just goes to the primary
No.
mic signal that's coming out.
No, if I move, it will move. It's
It jumps
thinking
to
like
him,
I'm doing something that needs to be shown.
Or it's not, if your mic's not potted up, it doesn't matter because it's picking it up off like the, whatever channel it is where you don't have to have the mics turned on.
Huh. Well, we should turn that off.
That's what I was saying.
You know, we should have the motion detector turn. It doesn't matter. I
Yeah, I
mean,
don't
we
know.
should have. We can't have the thing switching every time somebody's moving.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Every time I pick up the phone, like when I move my hand or to move the mouse to pick up a phone, it will switch to me, and then it gets me talking to like a customer on the phone, and you guys are talking.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the way it was explained to me is it was just mic signal.
No.
All right. Well, I agree with you on that. Hey, are you getting prepped for those student loans starting back up again?
No.
Are you
Perfect timing.
Start Saturday.
No, I don't. Mine, I looked on mine, and it says I don't owe anything until 2025. I don't have to start
really?
paying on it.
Oh, good for you.
My mom, on the other hand, yes, I'm trying to. I was trying to help her with the process because she doesn't know any of that stuff, and she took out loans on my behalf. So I was walking her through the process, and I was waiting on hold. I was on hold for about an hour and a half, and she was just like, "Just screw it." And then so I have to call back another day. And now that I have free time in the morning, I can call. But I was on hold for an hour and a half, and I didn't even get anybody on the phone.
Wow. An hour and a half.
So
90 minutes. You sat on hold for 90 minutes for like the student loan commission or whoever
Yeah,
who
because
does your loan or whatever.
Yeah,
the
we're
company?
trying to get an idea of what the monthly payments will be like, and they're astronomical as they are right now. And so we're trying to get that reduced, obviously. We want to pay as little as possible. That's the manageable. I mean, everyone has, their finances have changed. I now have more bills to pay. My mom just moved, so she has more bills to pay. So it's a lot, and it's a lot of stress. So I was trying to assist her in that, and I didn't do a very good job because I didn't even get anybody. I think everyone's kind of stressed right now, and everyone is calling them.
Wow.
So it's just going to have to be a day that I have to go by and do it.
Yeah, it's the first time in 3.5 years that this has happened because obviously there was that reprieve during COVID. that began pretty much right when COVID started. And they kind of kept pushing that can down the road. And so 44 million people will have to start repaying their student loans again.
Or attempt to.
Or attempt to. That's right.
I don't know what they do if no one can pay. Like, if one person doesn't pay, garnish their wages or whatever. But if the cumulative can't pay, what happens then? That's called a recession or depression? What is it?
No, I mean, there are plenty of people who default on their loans. It doesn't send the economy into a spiral. But these are companies that want, well, because you're not going to have the majority of people not paying. You're going to have people trying to pay those loans. But again, if you got it kicked down to 2025, that's better than being on the hook starting. I mean, again, it compounds the whatever you owe, but still.
It's unfortunate because my defense is I'm poor. In all honesty, my finances haven't really changed that much within the last 5 years. So even then, they're not gonna get that much money. I was paying, I think, the minimum I could pay was just hitting the interest. I don't even think I really paid off my loans. Yeah. So my interest is still accumulating. But if you're poor, I mean that's you pay what you can when you can. My mom is in a very different situation. Like, my mom works just enough. She has a good job and makes just enough to survive. But I feel bad because she did it on my behalf, and
she's paying. That's because she's paying your loans.
She took out loans on my behalf.
Right.
I had my loans. I have a certain portion that I owe, and then she took some out for me as well.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, that sounds like there's a lot on the line there.
There is.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm always surprised when you're kind of Mr. C's get degrees, because under all of those financial circumstances, I think your mom, I would think your mom would have been like, you better be getting straight A's, homeboy, or we're going to have big problems.
But I graduated, and I say that, but I didn't really. I got a D in one class, and it was a class I didn't even need in college. I wasn't getting all C's. I got A's, B's, and then one D, and that was in dinosaur. So I thought it just was on brand. I thought it was on the theme there.
There's a D in dinosaur. Mom, I got the other D in dinosaurs today.
I wasn't getting C's and D's.
Yeah.
I think
you weren't getting a C in chemistry, a B in biology.
Didn't have to take chemistry. Didn't have to take biology. I don't think.
Right.
No, I was a communications major, and I think if I remember correctly, you can't get C's in. Maybe you can. I didn't know if you could get C's and D's in your major. Otherwise, you won't qualify to be in that school. But I don't know if that maybe that's just for doctors. Maybe
did you think that you can't get C's or D's in your major? What do you mean? Oh, I see what you mean. You can get them, but then you'll be kicked out of the track, is what you're saying.
Possibly, yeah.
They will give them to you if you're not doing the work.
Yeah, you wouldn't qualify for certain things, like certain classes. But again, I could be misremembering, but it doesn't look very good when you have a major that you're passionate about, and then you're like, oh, I got a C in it.
Gotcha. It's more of a minor then. You're getting minor grades in your major. Alan, Poundcake has to access the SAVE plan. It will drastically reduce his payment. There you go.
I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about my mother.
I know, but you've got some to pay, and she's got some to pay, right?
Correct. And again, me, I will do that SAVE plan like that. That's no problem. But again, I think mine aren't. I don't start paying back until 2025.
Right.
So I got a little time. I'm more worried about my mom.
So is she still paying your phone bill? She's not doing that.
I give her money. I'm on her plan.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying. I'm interested. I want to make sure that your mom's doing all right. I'm sure you do too.
Of course.
Yeah. There's always things changing in life. I'm going to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. We're going to talk to Bill Burr a little. He's doing the Tom Benson Stadium down there in Canton for a big show. Have tickets for you to see Bill at the Agora in December, later on too. 35192. Want to text me for anything, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
But for
know the #1 streaming radio app?
Free music.
Free live radio stations from all over the country.
Free podcasts.
Free playlists.
Free contests.
Free artist radio stations.
Commercial-free stations.
It's free. I love iHeartRadio.
Join the millions of music, radio, and podcast fans on the #1 streaming radio app now.
iHeartRadio.
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 Free never sounded so good.
Press the yellow button to begin enjoying your Alan.
What is an Alan?
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I want to tell you a story about the house went blue. I come home one Friday, had to tell the landlady I done lost my job. She said, that don't confront me, long as I get my money next Friday. Now next Friday I come, I didn't get the rent, and out the door I went. So I stop in the local bar, you know, people. I go to the bar, I rent my coat, I call the bartender. I said, look, man, come down here. He got down there, so what you want? One bourbon, one scotch, one beer.
George Thorogood and the Delaware Destroyers. They probably had to separate themselves from destroyers from other states. But one bourbon, one scotch, one beer. Great old blues song. Reed did on his first album. I was hearing from some of our bureau chiefs out in Vegas and a couple of friends of mine, too, who live out there, that the strikes are spreading like wildfire, and the culinary and bartenders unions in Las Vegas are going to go on strike. What do you think that'll do? I mean, there are plenty of non-union bartenders. I didn't even realize there was a bartenders union. I guess in a town like Vegas, you probably have to have some kind of organized labor. But the union, culinary workers, and bartenders are going to strike. So they have to negotiate with hotels and clubs and all this kind of stuff. That's 60,000 workers in Vegas and Reno. And I wonder what that looks like. When you go to a place and, you know, Vegas, you want to get your food and your drinks right away. I don't know. But everybody's looking around and going, yeah, well, you know, if they're striking, maybe we should strike. There's the argument as far as food service and or service industry people, you know, too, over tips. That's a long time been an argument for people who work in that industry. We've all worked in retail. We've all worked in food service, and you work largely for tips. And some people want to get rid of that because they think it's a way to take advantage of food service workers. Some people love, depending on where you work, some people make a ton of money in tips. Some people like that. They would make less money if that went away. But, you know, depending on what organization you're with, everybody wants the same thing when they strike. All the unions want the same thing. They want more pay. They want a reduced workload. I'm pro-union. I'm in the union. But that is a tough sell when you go, I want to make more money for less work. I mean, fundamentally, that's a tough sell. But maybe they'll get what they want. You know, Bill Burr is going to be on the show a little bit later on. He's got a movie that's going to drop on Netflix in a month, and he can't talk about it. I can talk about it. He can't talk about it because the SAG-AFTRA strike is still going on. So when people do interviews, they can't promote their projects. So I'll be the one telling you about his new movie called Old Dads. It's going to be out on October the 20th. But he can't tell you about it. I have to tell you about it. So, you know, those are weird situations. The writer's strike is over in Hollywood. Those people are going right back to work. And so hopefully those dominoes will continue. You know, my brother-in-law is not part of the UAW. He lives in Detroit. He is not part of the UAW, but he does work in the auto industry. So when those people go on strike, it affects his job. And there are a lot of people, non-union, the ripple effects of strikes, a lot of people don't know what that looks like. So it's very strange times for people who are in organized labor to any degree. But think about Vegas if you have 60,000 fewer bartenders and culinary workers. You're going to have to go to the Home Depot and just grab a couple of guys sitting there and go, do you know how to make a slow gin fizz? Do you know how to make a hot toddy? Do you know how to make a cold toddy? What about all those people who want cold toddies? They never get any love.
It's happening. There's a movement.
Yeah, there's some kind of movement.
The cold toddies are out there.
And you have enough hot toddies, there's going to be a movement.
Mm-hmm.
About 6 to 8 hours later.
That's what Grandma calls them. She calls them all toddies.
All toddies.
Yeah. That's what she calls a cocktail. It's just a toddy.
Uh-huh. Oh, she goes, and it's time for a toddy.
Yeah, she's like, I think
Anytime
I'll have a toddy.
Anytime she wants to have a sip?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, does she have like whiskey and lemon or just any drink with alcohol she calls it?
Any drink with alcohol.
Okay.
Usually it's a margarita. She likes a frozen margarita.
Oh, all right.
She doesn't like to taste the alcohol at all. She wants
it sugary.
Very sugary.
Mm-hmm. Well, listen, my hot toddy when I was a kid, because we weren't allowed to have pop. So the only time I ever had 7-Up was when we were sick. Or we'd have like, warm, some people have warm ginger ale, we would drink we'd get like 7-Up. The thought that it would calm your stomach. But hot toddies are delicious too. Hey, Nick.
Hey.
What's going on?
Hey, don't sleep on those room temperature toddies. You know what I'm saying?
The room, yeah, right.
Sounds like I got booze in them. I'm gonna be all right.
It's you get the Goldilocks vibe, right?
I had a question before that. I went to Mary's show in Canton. I just wanted to say she killed it.
Good.
But I had a question. So on the 7th, I bought tickets for Anthony Jeselnik up in Cleveland. But there's Jeselnik in Cleveland, Theo Vaughn in Akron, and Bill Burr in Canton. Which one would you guys pick if you had to pick one?
And Stavros here in Cleveland.
I would pick.
Oh, yes.
I would pick Jeselnik just because he's the only one I haven't seen. I've seen Bill Burr. I've seen Theo. I've seen Stavi. But I haven't seen Jeselnik live. So I would go with Jeselnik. That's where I would go.
There you go. There's your answer. Oh, me? I mean, Jeselnik's more my style, but I've seen him. I've never seen Stavros.
I'll tell you, I've watched Thoughts and Prayers probably 50 times, and it still surprises me every time. Like, he's so ridiculous. I love it.
Well, there you go.
And if you already got the tickets, I mean, that's the.
Oh yeah, well, I'm going to that. I was curious your guys' opinion.
Yeah. I think that if I didn't have a show that night, I would probably be at Jeselnik.
Awesome.
Yeah. So have fun. Let me know how it is.
Just yell out, "Go Steelers."
I will.
Okay.
Oh yeah, he's in Pittsburgh.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, he's from Pittsburgh. He was in high school, and I was on the air there. Good luck. Oh, speaking of Las Vegas, by the way, happy birthday to Raiders quarterback Janine Garofalo. She is 59 years old today.
No.
Can you believe that Janine Garofalo is 59? Next year she's going to be
the quarterback
60 by my math. That's crazy.
I would like
and
him
still in the National Football League.
That's not who it is. Jimmy Garoppolo is a different person than Janine Garofalo.
I don't know who that is, but Janine Garofalo is 59 years old.
Now, they're about the same level of quarterback, but...
Well, he's hurt. She's not hurt.
Is he hurt?
Isn't he?
I don't think
so. I thought he had a shoulder thing.
I don't know.
I thought he did.
I don't know. He's been stinking it up.
Oh, maybe he's faking an injury.
I don't know if he's faking one, but I didn't see the... All right, what's the injury status?
Alan, I don't know about unions, but I'm pro-onion. So much flavor. See what you did there. And I can't say that I disagree. Onions are fine, too. Except, boy, you just have to... You have to brush your teeth with sandpaper to get that onion taste out of your mouth. You know, if you're going to be making out with somebody, man, does it linger.
Speaking of onion, last night at the farewell of Tito Francona, there was a little bit of controversy because all the hot dogs, as I understand, for the hot dog races, were all tied up. And they're...
What do you mean tied up?
Like they'd all won the same amount of races.
Oh, numerically tied.
Yeah. And it looked like Mustard was going to win. I believe Ketchup ended up winning because a hooded assailant attacked Mustard and then revealed himself to be none other than Andre Knott.
Really?
And I could, like, Andre is a friend.
Yeah.
We go back a long way. I'm shocked at his behavior. That's all I'm gonna say.
Why was he wearing a hood?
He was hiding his identity. But
then if he's gonna reveal it,
well, I think he got unhooded by the announcer. So
wow.
It was. I mean, for all that to happen, like, this is Tito's night, and you have to mar it by tackling a hot dog.
Has that ever happened before?
Has anyone ever interfered during a hot dog race? Never.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean,
no, it happens all the time.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, I thought they fought with each other. Like Onion would trip Mustard.
There's been like wrestlers that'll run out and
there have.
hit them and stuff like that.
Oh.
So. But, for Andre not to do it.
Now, this is controversial because he's so tight-knit with the team? He's so embedded with the organization?
Well, him and Mustard have an ongoing feud.
They do?
Yeah, they're
So he tackled Ketchup, you think?
No, he tackled Mustard.
Tackled Mustard.
Yeah.
So that makes sense if they're sworn enemies.
Right. So, I mean, this beautiful night where the Guardians get a win, it's Tito's last home game, is just got a black mark on it now because of Andre Knott.
Isn't Mary F.U. Mustard too?
Yeah.
Why is Mustard so maligned out there? I'm a big Mustard guy. I say F.U. Ketchup.
Right.
What is going on with Mustard? Andre Knott's tackling the Mustard dog. People are out there screaming F.U. Mustard. What did Mustard ever do to anything except improve your food?
With 0 calories.
Negative calories, practically.
Come on. Meanwhile, sugar is the only thing that makes ketchup palatable. You take the sugar out of ketchup, and it's just gross.
It's stewed tomatoes, and you're not going to put that on your hot dog.
You're not going to put that on your hot dog. You'd rather throw up.
You want to show the Terry Francona thing coming out?
Yeah, let's do
okay.
Yeah,
he walks out at the end of the game, I think.
The handshake, the high fives line, the best part of winning right here. You get to shake hands, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This was a good ball game. It sure was. The game's going to be over.
Way to go, baby. Nice game. Way to go, Free. Nice game, Tano. I told you, see? Way to go. Way to go, Cam. Way to go,
Hey, he's hugging the players, and everybody's having a good time.
That was nice. That was really
very,
sweet.
very nice. Listen, a lot of these guys, Tito Francona is maybe the only guy they've ever played for, right?
Well, I mean,
that's possible.
Maybe professional, like
that's what I mean. Yeah,
in the
like,
major leagues.
Yeah,
yeah, for sure.
Well, there you go. And so he retires from the whole thing. Yeah,
that's what it looks like.
How long until you think he gets bored and he goes, I'm joining the Diamondbacks?
I think he's done. I legit think he's done. I think I could see him going into TV, doing some analysis, stuff like that. But I don't think he wants the rigmarole of the season anymore.
Okay. Janine Garofalo is in concussion protocol, by the way.
Okay, so it wasn't
she is a 59-year-old
but also Jimmy
NFL
Garoppolo.
quarterback. And that's the amazing thing, too. And I've said it before, and boy, I hate to beat a dead horse, as you know, but I will. Just for a 59-year-old, not only the first female quarterback in the National Football League, but just to have had such a storied career as a comedian and then to pivot that extremely and to still be producing on the field at 59 years old is really a testament. I'm sorry?
It's not.
I don't know who that other person is, but...
it's the person that you're talking about.
Somebody said that Andre Knott clotheslined Mustard. That can't be true. I mean, there's a lot of padding on Mustard's body, but clothesline seems particularly aggressive.
He impeded Mustard's imminent win.
Yeah.
So it's Ketchup is an illegitimate champion in my eyes.
Mm-hmm. Alan, did you hear that Tito's scooter got pooped on? I heard it got stolen and stripped. Pooped on. Why would somebody what? And then he rented a bird scooter and wiped out on it or something. What a night for this guy. You know, it's supposed to be like you're riding off into the sunset, and instead your scooter, your beloved scooter, gets stolen. No coincidence that it happened on his very last home game with the Guardians. Gets stolen, gets stripped. And I don't know where they found it. I don't know how they found it. I don't know what the series of events there is. I just saw his scooter was stolen and they found it stripped. I don't know where they found it.
This has happened before, right?
It's been stolen before. Yeah. It's not his first rodeo with that. But they have always found the scooter. This time, just down to the studs.
Well, that's upsetting. It's not a way to treat a man.
No.
Or a scooter.
Why would you poop on it? Man.
Maybe it was that dog, Triumph.
The insult comic dog?
Yeah, for me to poop
That's a great scooter for me to poop on? Maybe you're onto something there.
I pooped my pants. I ate too much corn.
So, man, what an inglorious end to an otherwise amazing career. To find out that your scooter. Now, I wonder where he'll retire. I wonder where he'll go when he leaves Cleveland.
He might just stay in Cleveland. He loves Cleveland. He's got a lot of history in Cleveland.
Maybe he's not going to stay. I mean, he's from Pennsylvania. But if you're going to retire, wouldn't you go, you go to a beach or something? You retire in, I don't know, retire in...
Edgewater's we got a beach.
Huh?
He could stay and have a beach right around the corner from him. You can go to Edgewater anytime he wants. You can go to Bracknell. He's pretty rich.
Yeah, that is true. So you think that there's a chance that he'll just kick it in the CLE? He'll be like, hey, this is where
he's got the pizza place.
True. You can cash those checks anywhere.
He's a single guy, you know. And
is he? I thought he was married.
I thought he was a single fella.
Oh, maybe he is. I thought he was married.
I think he was.
Okay.
You know. But with the climate crisis on the horizon, why leave Cleveland?
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
And go someplace where it's going to be underwater in a couple of years. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's been divorced for a while, I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. I thought he was a married guy. Of course, I guess no guy that age, his wife would let him zip around in a scooter. That's how you know he's single. His wife would be like, you're not going to the ballpark on a scooter. Drive a car like everybody else. He'd be like, what? That's how you know he's single. And he's still a young man. He's 64. Right?
That's right. And the women in Cleveland love him.
Look at that.
So he can.
This guy's a Cleveland 11. He's rich. He's bald. Some ladies love that. You know? When I was in high school, he played for the Cubs one season. I remember that. Of course, I'm a White Sox fan, so I couldn't cheer for him. And he's only done this show one time, and I certainly can't cheer for that. But he seems like a very, very nice guy. Well, I mean, he was a very nice guy when he was here. And all I can say to that is, of course, as the franchise continues, I think we can all agree it's time to bring back Manny Acta.
No.
I think that...
No one's doing that.
I think it's time to pull him out of retirement.
Is to get Poundcake that job.
Well, but he already got what he wanted, which was to win Best Sports Talker.
But now he's got to set a new, higher bar.
What's the next bar, Cody?
Getting paid more for doing that and, being the Guardians manager. Yep. That's it.
What were those words? Getting paid more for doing that?
Getting paid more for the sports breaks and also being the Guardians
for the
manager.
sports breaks.
What are you gonna start asking for donations or something?
I was going to say, we don't pay you anything for the sports break.
I'm saying getting paid for the sports break and then maybe it gets sponsored by the Guardians, or we have, 3 wonderful sports teams here in Cleveland.
Yeah, but they're not going to pay for it.
Well, but also...
that's the goal, Bill.
Also, we did ask him what his goal was. Again, I think that they would want... the whole point of you winning was it was fun and funny because...
You shouldn't have
won, but the fact that you did, we love.
Mm-hmm.
But I think anybody who was interested in investing in the sports break would want a very rigorous production there.
Well,
and you're not a rigorous guy. They might want that. But look into it. What are you doing to get there? What are you doing to are you meeting with people?
No. Am I meeting with people? No.
You said you wanted to get it sponsored.
Yeah.
Are you meeting with potential sponsorship clients?
No, not as of yet.
I see. Okay. Because are they supposed to come to you, or?
I mean, if they like what they hear, then yes.
I see. All right.
I mean, how did the Friday Get Down get sponsored?
A client wanted something to do, and I said, "How about this?" And that's what we did.
Well, I don't know why it can't be. Why does it have to be any different?
True, except that was kind of the tail wagging the dog. Well, get out there. Go find somebody.
Working on it.
Mm-hmm. Tito has a house in Tucson, Arizona. Well, a lot of people have a house in Tucson. I mean, water isn't going to be a thing there anymore. That might be the best case for sticking around here, is that we're going to have water. Do we have winter? Yes. Do we also have water? Yes, we do.
Our winters have gotten way less brutal over the past few years.
This one's supposed to be pretty mild, too. Again, that's not good news.
It's good news for me. I don't care. I
well,
don't
I'm
care
over.
if we have
Listen,
snow ever again.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm over winter too. But I mean, extreme weather means you either have just a murderous winter, or it's 65 degrees on Christmas Day.
But these people that are like, "Oh my God, winter's not winter unless there's a blizzard outside." Absolutely not. Like, I don't want to have to deal with brushing off my car or defrosting my car every morning or driving to work in a blizzard. The roads aren't plowed. Screw that, dude. I don't care. I've been in the Midwest my entire life, and I don't care if I ever have winter ever again.
So you're like, bring on the climate change.
Yes, I don't care.
Gotcha. How many of Poundcake Sports Breaks actually involve Cleveland teams? Steve asks.
It doesn't. It's not
his. He's casting a broad net. Yeah. He's casting a very wide net.
He's trying to get national attention.
But for the purposes of someone coming to him, for one of the local sports organizations to come to him, well, you know what? I'm going to leave it to you. It's your little piece of real estate.
Mm-hmm.
You go get it. I've got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. To do that, AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
Boost Infinite. Just pick up your phone, dial pound 250, and say Boost Infinite. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from iHeartMedia.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Before making a joke, say, uh-oh, here comes a little whoopsie from my giggle hole.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Oh, there we are. 35192. Want to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Who's helping out today in the live stream there? Ricker Raimondi. All right, I like that. Thank you, sir. The Golden Bachelor starts tonight. Anybody going to watch that?
You know, I might actually watch it. I want to see if they're crazier or more mature than the 20-somethings that they usually put on that show.
Well, yeah, I'm curious as well, and I wonder if people want to see older single ladies. Because
people just really they want drama. So as long as and we have learned that women, like middle-aged women, are dramatic from all the Real Housewife type shows. So
yeah, I mean,
that's what I think people are tuning in for.
Are the Real Housewives as old as these women?
I think some of them are approaching that age.
Yeah, because if these women are crazy, they're going to be somebody's crazy grandma.
Mm-hmm. I think the youngest is like 60.
60. Anna is 61. April is 65. Christina is 73. Now, obviously, the guy they got for this is the most, good-looking older guy they could find, too.
They nailed it. He's
still
72 and he's really together.
He's like a dentist or something, or was. 72-year-old guy. And so they're dipping their toe in the Golden Bachelor.
I never watched The Bachelor, so this would be a weird time to start, but
I watched the first few seasons pretty religiously. I enjoyed it a lot, and then it, I don't know, I just didn't care anymore.
Let's see about these ladies.
Once you kind of got the template for The Bachelor or The Bachelorette, either one.
All right, Anna's given some, what's the lady from Step Brothers, the mom?
Mary Steenburgen. Yeah. So these are women in their mid-60s, early 70s. They have probably all had some kind of cosmetic surgery, but that's fine. Ellen is 71. A lot of these women look similar. I think it would have been more fun.
Old Bachelor, young girls.
Old Bachelor, young girls.
That would have been great.
Now, they weren't going to do that because it would have been so distracting. It would have been nonstop complaining from certain corners of whatever. But, Leslie is 64, and she's a fitness instructor from Minneapolis. Maria is 60 from New Jersey. So, yeah, there's some good-looking women on this. I mean, none of them are...
Also,
they're cute.
It's really, like, when you start reading the bios, like, oh, this is Joan, and she's 60, and she lost her husband to pancreatic cancer. Like,
right.
Woo.
Well, but that's what's going to provide the drama and the pathos on The Golden Bachelor. Pamela is 75. She's a retired salon owner from Aurora, Illinois. That is suburban Chicago. And she's ready to say goodbye to her single days. Like, but you're not going to get married. The Bachelor, they're like, I'm looking for my husband, or I'm looking for my, the Bachelorette. I'm looking for my husband, the Bachelor. I'm looking for my wife. These are people in their 20s or 30s. These people aren't getting married.
They might.
Who's getting married at 75 years old?
People do it all the time.
But why?
Because they still believe in it for whatever reason. I just had a brilliant idea. You're not going to like it.
Let me preface this by saying, shut up, Bill.
The Golden Bachelorette. Starring Alan's mom.
Shut up.
They could do this. They could do this with gays. Maybe that's the only time when, like, men are ready to settle down, like in their 50s and 60s.
They're finally done hoeing.
Because, well, honestly, though, because they had like the gay Bachelor. It was called Finding Prince Charming.
Yeah.
And the Prince Charming, ended up being an escort. So that was one. And then all the men in the house were like banging each other, so they didn't even really care if they got the right guy or not. So I think this is the only way that they're
like, oh man, we did not think this through.
No. Well, and you have to do
the kinks. Otherwise, you think ABC wouldn't have had a gay? I mean, most of their fan base is gay. It's all Disney, so they would have had a gay Bachelor if it was like feasible to do it.
Yeah, but there's a weird confluence putting a TV show like that together where you want like young hot dudes,
but you can't have them banging each other.
But those aren't the guys who are looking to get married.
Well,
the dudes who are looking to get married are like settled in their career. They maybe want a kid. That doesn't make for very exciting television.
Yes,
you want people who are psychotic.
They need to have a gay dating show. The Bachelor needs to be 45 to 50. All of the men need to be 30. I'm not even me, like 35 plus, because I feel like at that point you've done your hoeing, you have your career established. At least you should have an idea of what you're doing for the rest of your life. If you've been married, you probably have been divorced. You have your kids if you want kids, and then you're on the next stage of your life, vintage D and up. That is what I think they should do if they want to do a gay Bachelor, because the having a bunch of 20-something young men in a house fighting for one dude is like, why would I fight for one dude when my bunkmate is hotter than the guy that I'm trying to lust after?
Bunkmate. Yeah, ABC is not going to put a gay Bachelor show on.
It was on, Finding Prince Charming was on VH1, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be on cable, but like the network is not going to put a gay dating show on.
Peacock needs to think of something.
They thought that they were changing the world when they got a black bachelorette. So middle America is not looking to watch the gay Bachelor show.
It depends on what type of gay it is.
No, it doesn't.
Different type of gays.
People hear gay Bachelor, and you're going to have all kinds of right-wing nut jobs freaking out over it.
They're like, I was married, I had kids, it didn't work out because they care about the storyline.
It should be get a bi Bachelor and see if you can have
half guys,
like
half girls.
Then you have all the Christians cheering for the women.
Nope.
And then all the gays cheering for the man.
No. People don't like. You think people are homophobic against gays? They're really homophobic against bis, because then.
But that's what I'm saying. Like they're like, no, he's not bi, he's gay. And then like, no, he's not bi, he's straight.
But bis are hated by both sides. Like they're hated by the straights because they feel like they're polluting it. If they hate gays, they're like, oh, well, I don't want to be with a man or a woman who's been with other men or women. And the gays don't want it because they're like, choose a side, you greedy bitch. Like,
well, just because they're doing their Miley Cyrus, Hannah Montana, living the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
And everybody's hating on them.
Listen, my grandma did get remarried at 76. She married a younger guy and thought that she would thought he'd outlive her. That was not the case. She outlived 2 husbands. So I know it happens. I mean, I guess I don't. But they like lived in a small town, and at that age you're going to need help with things. So I understood that. But again, I don't know where this dude is from. I don't know where he lives, but he's 72, and he's got grown daughters.
I have a friend, his mom passed away last year or 2 years ago, and his dad was dating somebody and moved in with pretty quick. I don't think they have gotten married yet, but like they're right there.
Yeah.
If that happens.
Well, the Golden Bachelor is a widower. He married his high school sweetheart. Ugh. And they lived together for 43 years. And she died in 2017.
From what?
Says she suddenly fell ill. Doesn't say. But the women, they're calling them the Golden Girls.
Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for being a friend.
She used that on the Golden Bachelor. A former Chicago Honey Bear cheerleader, a wedding officiant, some teachers, a woman who calls herself a pro-aging coach and midlife speaker. Okay, she's going to be the crazy one. You got to have a wild card in there.
Yeah, that's
you
what
gotta
people
have
are tuning in
somebody,
for.
somebody who like cut
you
the
need
brakes.
New York.
Yeah.
This is just going to be a dry house, if you will.
And one of the women is the mother of one of the bachelors.
Oh.
Matt James, who was the Bachelor season 25, his mom is on this show. Anyway, it kicks off tonight if you're going to watch the Golden Bachelor there on ABC. And yeah, I think the youngest woman on here is 60 years old. And Jerry, the dude, is going to be looking for love with these women. He's a teacher from L.A., interior designer. And I'm curious to see how people will respond to this. I don't think this is going to be a big hit. I just don't think people want to watch old people make out on television.
It's not about the making out. It's about the drama. So if the women are catty and fight with each other, it will be a hit. But they don't, look at, people love those shows. Middle-aged women fighting with each other. They have, it's all across the country.
You mean in the vein of, right, but we're also in an age where people are sick to death of Karens. And that's all middle-aged women screaming about is. Those are Karens. And nobody wants to see them for 3 hours on a Thursday night.
Is that how long The Bachelor is?
I mean, they just jam-pack it with advertising. I think each episode is at least 90 minutes. The premiere might be 3 hours. Yeah, there's very little footage, right? They just stuff it with advertising.
I'm out. Can't do that.
So, yeah.
I think if the women are catty and fighting,
goes.
I think it'll be a hit. If it's just sweet and endearing, no one's watching that.
That's why I think it's going to.
No one's watching that.
That's why I think it's going to lean more that way, because I think these are women who are looking. They're like, yeah, it would be great to meet somebody. It's probably going to be sweet. That's probably.
But there's got to be some of them that are in there. They're just trying to launch their brand. They want their version.
75?
Yeah. I mean, some of them are 75, but some of them are 60, and they have seen what women around their age or a little bit younger have done by being on television, and they go, hey, I'll see what I can do.
Yeah.
If I can be some sort of phenomenon. They get people to follow them on Instagram. They get people, they go, oh, buy my skin, they call it the skincare line, old lady wine.
Yeah, okay.
Stuff like that.
Yeah,
like,
all right.
Yeah, it's.
So it's like it's con-spawn is what you're saying. It's sponsored content, SpawnCon. All right, well, yeah. The pro-aging coach and speaker is Natasha. She's from New York City. She's 60. She's black with a rack. She's cute. She likes listening to Janet Jackson and spending time with her 15-year-old granddaughter. See, that it's going to be a lot of people trading stories about their grandkids.
Yeah.
Do people want to watch that?
We will find out.
Yeah, I'm curious.
And again, I think it really comes down to if these women are, how they interact with each other, not necessarily how they interact with him. And if they are, all it takes is that one lady that's like, I'm not taking that crap, and starting drama and getting people fired up.
Well, I'll tell you what. It's at the
one standout.
It is at the very least going to be a bullseye for the demographic that network television appeals to primarily now.
Right, and that's also a huge factor is the people that watch network television are 50 older.
Right.
Like, you're the only one on the show that ever talks about flipping around. Just flipping through channels. It's 1997.
Well, I have Hulu Live. And it's like cable.
I got Discovery, and I got not Discovery, DirecTV.
But that's all you do on Netflix is flip around.
No, I put on a show and I watch it.
No, but most people are flipping around. They're like, "What am I going to watch?" You just stand there.
I know what I'm going.
It's like you do, but you know what I mean.
But I think there's a lot of people that are like me that you have your show that you watch, and you get through that show, and you go, "Okay, done with that show. Now it's on to the next show," and it's not as much flipping around as it used to be.
Yeah, I guess. I mean.
Especially when you're alone.
But it's a lot of
no
times.
To argue with.
It's a lot of times. It's a cliche. It's a joke now where people talk about. Yeah, I sat there watching Netflix. Oh, what'd you watch? Nothing. I just flipped around for an hour and I couldn't decide anything, so I went to bed. I did that the other night. I couldn't sleep, so I go downstairs, and I'm clicking around, and I'm looking like, maybe I'll watch a documentary. Maybe I'll watch a horror movie. There's too much. So I'm like, whatever. I just watched old Frasier's.
That's a great option. You know what has got me, I'm going to think, I'm doing Sopranos right now, but I think after I have Sopranos, because of all the Kevin James memes, I'm going back to King of Queens. I'm going to rewatch that show. I haven't watched that show in forever. And I never watched it like all the way through. I just watched it when it was on, like reruns. But Jerry Stiller's so goddamn funny on that show. He's playing Costanza, but he's still great.
Yeah. Gwen wanted to watch Malcolm in the Middle.
That's a funny show.
I've never seen Malcolm in the Middle. She goes, hey, how about if we watch that? And I go, okay, because I kind of started watching Mad Men. I'd never watched that. I said, yeah, okay, old Bryan Cranston, whatever. Everybody talks about how funny. I said, I cannot get into it.
Oh, really? I love that show.
Don't care for it. We're like 2-3 episodes in. I'm like, I don't.
Oh, you got to give it more than 3 episodes.
Why? I get it. It's a crazy family. Like, I'm not.
They find their pacing. They find their storylines. It's. I enjoy that show.
All right.
And Cranston's great on it. I'm doing my Sopranos rewatch right now, and I just got to the Ralphie season 3, and I forgot how much I love him. He's just a maniac.
Alan, they did a show called Who Wants to Marry My Dad about 20 years ago on NBC. Was that a big hit?
I'm guessing not, because none of us remember it.
They only did 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Yeah. The show was a modest hit in season 1. Right. Who Wants to Marry My Dad?
But that's also when they were still trying to figure out how to do these dating shows. Now they have it all down to a science.
Yeah.
They know how to get them just drunk enough so that they start all the drama. And I think we'll get some good drama from this show.
I just don't know that people want to watch a dude and another septuagenarian walk into the fantasy suite unless they're not doing that for this. Maybe they have tailored it to that demographic. Maybe they're not going to have the boom boom room.
Is there that much sex in like making out on The Bachelor?
Well, they go to the fantasy suite. They spend the night in the thing, and the cameraman has to stand outside the door, and then you hear him like whisper. They go hold a glass up to the door, and there's whispering on the other side.
So that's just like implied sexiness. Like it's not.
Well,
like
it's not pornography,
right?
But yeah. But I mean, are they going to have implied sex on the Golden Bachelor?
Yeah, and you hear knees cracking.
Yeah.
Where are my pills?
A lot of broken hips.
Yeah, and this is probably all. Watch this episode and see which boner pill is the main sponsor, because that is going to be a through line for sure.
It's going to be Cialis, Valtrex, and Depend are going to be the advertisements.
Or is it going to be like one of the newer ones? Is Hims making a move?
Yeah. All right. Alan, one of the women, they said, dated Prince. All right, well, he's dead too. This guy is not. This guy's alive and well, and he's the Golden Bachelor. So that starts tonight. I mean, we'll watch it. I'll watch it. Let's see what's going on. Get the cut of this guy's jib.
Nice jib cut.
Yeah. Well, every widower should have a good jib cut. I got a break here. I want to go see Stavros Halkias. He is one of the many comedians who are going to be in Cleveland next Saturday night. His show at Playhouse Square, right down the street. You want to go check him out? I'll have a couple of tickets for you after the break. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox
So stop in at Bob's this holiday weekend and see what will make you say, "Oh my Bob."
Why is iHeartRadio the #1 streaming radio app?
Free music.
Free live radio stations from all over the country.
Free podcasts.
Free playlists.
Free contests.
Free artist radio stations.
Commercial-free stations. It's free. I love iHeartRadio.
Join the millions of music, radio, and podcast fans on the #1 streaming radio app now.
iHeartRadio.
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 Free never sounded so good.
Stop, Tito.
Next Saturday night, right down the street at Playhouse Square, comedian Stavos Halkias is in town for the Fat Rascal Tour. He's really blown up on social media. Very funny podcast he's been doing for a long time. And he's coming to Cleveland next Saturday night. If you want to go see him, it'd be caller number 10. All the info is at playhousesquare.org. Look into it there. But caller 10, these are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Brain dead entertainment throughout history. The Cup and Ball, the Yo-Yo, Palm, the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Big moons from up there in Squifle Tower?
Some nights. I have to wait till it. Like, there was one a few weeks ago where I was trying to find it, but it was behind clouds and it was behind buildings, and because it was like that really low one.
Yeah.
But I saw it on the highway and it looked amazing. But
the blue supermoon was not that long ago. There have been 4 in a row. The last one was really low. It was like end of August.
Yeah,
but the last of
that
them
was crazy.
Is tonight. I have to go outside and stand in my backyard.
I have to go to the roof a lot of times. Like, if I wait till 2 or 3 a.m., by then it's over the lake and I can see it. But
well, that's pretty much. They said the peak is going to be 6 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it's going to be overnight.
Yeah.
Yeah. The harvest moon, for people who care about that stuff, I think they're cool.
I think they're neat.
The last of the 4 supermoons this year. Of course, the autumnal equinox is, we're in fall now. And they call it the harvest moon because back in the day, it let farmers work later into the night. They'd only been up since 4 in the morning. They wanted to get everything plowed properly.
I always want to get everything plowed properly.
Bill Squire at the Agora on December 22nd.
Plow you with jokes.
Will his humor seed find purchase? Well, we'll find out. I'll have tickets for you later on.
You're talking about giving away those Stabby tickets.
Yeah.
He said he's on a very popular podcast. He's not on it anymore, but what's it called?
It was called Come Town. Now, I'm just quoting the name of the podcast, but that's how people got to know who he was.
Yeah.
Right. And then he really blew up on social media. I'm not quite sure why that is.
So he was missing a tooth for a while.
Yeah.
And he wasn't shy about his chubbiness. So he's taking a lot of smiling pictures where you could see that he's missing a tooth. And he would pose in underwear or nude and post those as his tour photos to like get people's attention. And it worked.
Okay.
And then they listened to the podcast. But a lot of those pictures where he's just a chubby dude naked, and then he started growing his hair out and it looked crazy. So he just has embraced what he is, and people responded to it.
I guess so. And that must have really...
And then they go and see him, and he's a really funny dude, too.
Yeah, I just didn't... Before he started giving away these tickets, I didn't realize that he had graduated from clubs to theaters, I guess.
He made that move fast.
Fast because I think
he was like Winchester or Grog Shops, because I met him when he was opening for Bobby Kelly.
Yeah.
So I worked with him a couple times when he was opening for Bobby, and then he just skyrocketed selling out the Winchester, did hilarities a couple times, and now he's doing not just theaters, but like he's doing Playhouse and in one of the bigger theaters.
Well, I just noticed that the algorithm must have really helped him out too, because there were like aggregators that would have all these Stavros Halkias clips. You would never have his name. It would just because he would do like funny crowd work.
Yeah.
And so people would grab it and it would say, watch comedian go off on guy or whatever. And it was always him.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I hope people are clicking on these and watching them because it doesn't have his name in the caption, and that would suck.
Well, that's
how I found out about him.
That's happening like that when people start not just sharing your stuff, but stealing it and posting it. That's when you know you're doing good.
Yeah, that's when you blow up.
Like when you don't have, like when you're not even the one sharing it, and people are like trying to track back to find out who's doing that.
Yeah.
So that's unfortunately, you might lose out on some people, but if it works out the right way, because that happens with Matt Rife too. Like that's part of it. It wasn't just Matt Rife posting his videos. People would take his videos and then post them, and so he would just get all this exposure.
Yeah.
And it happens a little bit with me and Mary, but not to the level, obviously, that these other people have gotten. Like I just had somebody tag me today in a video that they're like, oh, this is a funny one. Go watch his special and follow him. So when they do that, that's always nice.
They tagged you in a clip of you.
Yeah, they tagged me and they were trying to point people in my direction. So that's always nice.
Well, sure. Word of mouth.
Yeah.
That's the best way to sell something.
Word of mouth is the biggest thing, and that's what I try to get people to understand. But if the word of the mouth doesn't go into the ears of the head, kind of screwed.
You know what? If that word of mouth is just out there in the air, that doesn't do anything good for you.
I also seem to find the people that like me the most are the loneliest people on the planet.
Why is that?
I don't know. Just I seem like I connect with a person that has very few to no friends.
Now, how do you ascertain that?
By how much they message me.
I see. These are guys, women, both?
A little both, yeah.
Maybe you're approachable hot.
You know?
Who do we call approachable hot?
I called Nikki Glaser that.
Right, yeah. Approachable hot.
And I meant it as a compliment, and it did not come across.
She did not take it that way.
No, she did not. She was very hurt feelings about that. I still feel bad.
Well, she's doing just fine.
She is. But I'm still sure it's still rattling around up in there.
Well, she's done the show since then plenty of times.
Yeah. And I've talked to her a bunch since then. It's not like she hates me. It just
left a bad taste in her mouth.
That day, yeah.
Listen, it's true that people will steal anything, just about, if they're given the chance.
We talk about that all the time.
Yeah. There's a beekeeper in Philadelphia who had his shop vac stolen out of his truck. And he wanted to let everybody know, hey, that's full of bees and hornets. And they're not all dead. So I think it's nice that he wanted to get the word out. Would have been better.
Just let them figure it out on their own.
Let them figure it out on their own.
Whoever it was that grabbed a shop vac that was filled with several hundred hornets, and not just the workers, they had a preponderance of queens. I've joked for years that, I don't need to lock my vehicle, and the bees and wasps afford a certain degree of a bit of a safety net. Yeah, this is one where of all the vacuums in all the trucks they could have grabbed, I think they grabbed the wrong one.
Preponderance of Queens would be a great name for that gay dating show, Poundcake.
A plethora of bottoms would work too.
That too. Any of it. Boy, imagine you got that guy's shop vac and you just open it up. You're going to help somebody.
Bees everywhere!
You got to turn it from suck to blow.
They're ripping my flesh off!
Bees.
Preponderance of Queens. Yeah. It's just a great name for something. A book, a podcast, something. Guy just dropped it in everyone's lap.
Queens. I've joked for years, workers, they had a preponderance of queens. I've joked for years that,
Maybe that's a Kevin James reboot. He's the preponderance of queens. That's another situation where people start talking about Kevin James because of that picture of him with his hands in his pockets looking all sheepish. Kevin James has been memed pretty heavily over the past couple of weeks because of that old King of Queens promo photo of him. And he's a funny guy. I think there's a lot of people who don't, they might not take Kevin James especially seriously as a comedian, but I always thought he was funny. And I didn't really watch King of Queens. So the guy with the vacuum full of hornets is letting people know they're in Philadelphia. I'd have to think that most of those are probably dead, but who knows? This is probably like a giant, like not like a dust buster that you might have in your car. This is probably like a giant industrial shop vac, which is why it was stolen. Something that's big enough to be of value. And he's nice enough to tell people, hey, FYI, whoever took this, it's full of things that could kill you. There was a story midweek about some dude, some 75-year-old guy who was like moving a bag in his backyard, and he didn't realize that it had become full of bees. There was something in it, and the bees all went into this bag, and he moved the bag. He's like straightening up the backyard or doing some gardening or something, and he moves the bag, releases all the bees. They swarm him and sting him to death. That's not the way you want to go out. By bees. You want to go out with a preponderance of queens. Guy was stung, a guy in Kentucky is a 59-year-old guy, not an old dude. I thought he was in his 70s, but that happens too. He was moving a bag of potting soil, and the bees were in the soil. Anytime you do gardening or anything, and veteran gardeners know this, anytime you're working with soil or anything that's like organic like that, you always want to really give it a good examination, especially if it's been sitting there for a while, because you never know what's in there. Shake it a little bit. And he's just moving a bag of potting soil, and all the bees come out and they sting him to death. Usually these people die they have a heart attack as they're being stung. I don't know if that's what happened there. But there was a guy here in Ohio.
That is a terrible way to go.
It's awful. There's a guy. There was a dude, like a teenage kid, working at a golf course. I mean, I remember when I was a kid, there was a story in Chicago about a guy who got stung working on a golf course. And somewhere in Ohio, there was a kid last fall who got stung, they said 20,000 times by bees. Now, again, I don't know how the hell they come up with that number, but he was cutting branches. And they had to put him in a coma. They had to put him in a medically induced coma. And he recovered. But yeah, you'd hear those stories. They'd have like groundskeepers who were like cutting a branch, and, a guy would fall and the branch would hit like a hornet's nest that they hadn't seen. And you knock them all out.
At least bees make honey, at least some of them. Hornets are just a-holes.
They don't do anything.
Hornets just suck.
That's why there's murder hornets. They were like,
wow, we really got oversold on those, huh?
Well, but they were murdering other insects, I think. I don't think they murdered humans, but they really overplayed the murder hornet hand.
Yeah, I don't think of that as murder as much. I think a murder is more human.
No, I think of it as black and yellow on black and yellow crime.
But hornets aren't always black and yellow.
But Wiz Khalifa is, and that's good enough for me. I've got some sperm news here. Remember Mia Khalifa?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. She had a good summer in porn a few years ago. She's a big, big deal. I think she had a fatwa put on her by, she was Iranian or something, and she came over and got herself some just perfect implants and spent about 3 or 4 months doing porn. For as little time as she was making porn videos, boy, did she get a lot of mileage out of them. And she's kind of moved on to kind of sports commentating, and she's become a cultural figure and whatever. But she was back in the news again because she was in a McDonald's and they wouldn't give her extra sauce. She just wanted, I don't know what she was buying. And now
it's been long established that you have to pay for extra sauce.
Well, it's also a great lesson in conservation, I think, because a few years ago, this woman was covered in extra sauce.
That's very true.
And she took it for granted.
I don't know how that goes with nuggets. Poundcake?
What? Nuggets.
Are you listening to the show at all?
Are you okay back there? Is everything all right?
I don't know what I was supposed to say.
The sauce. What kind of sauce do you think she was covered with when she was doing porn?
Oh, mayo?
Yeah.
I was confused.
And would you want your nuggets dipped in that?
He would, yes.
I prefer honey mustard.
That's no, I don't think you would. I feel like when it comes to, like, he wants the omission, but I don't think he's like a connoisseur, right?
No, I would not want.
He's not like Mary wants the.
She wants to see it, and I'm not for the seeing it. Like,
you don't even want to see it.
No, that's waste.
All right, that's enough of this conversation. Sorry.
You brought it up.
I know I did. I just was looking for a quick line where you said no, but
he calls it "I don't want to semen." So anyway, she's like at a McDonald's in France or something. So I don't know if they even know who she is, but they were like, "Oh, I couldn't get extra sauce, and I had blah blah blah." But yeah, you got to pay for it now, even in France.
That's ridiculous, though.
Why?
That is because you. I feel like Roy Wood Jr. said something about this. Like,
no, he's got a great bit about it.
Yeah, because I watched it because it's true. Like, how you gonna give me chicken nuggets? It comes with the sauce. Like, it comes with the sauce, and like just like a hamburger or French fry, it comes with the ketchup. Like, you gonna charge me for the ketchup?
Well, no, but they charge you for extra sauce.
Yeah, you get certain, like
sauce.
a 10-piece. I think a 10-piece nugget from McDonald's comes with 3 sauces.
But they don't proportion it right. Like, if you want to get a good dip with your,
that's because they're trying to make extra money.
If what Bill is saying is true, and I will take you at your word, 10 nuggets and 3 sauces is plenty for 10 nuggets.
Dude,
it's not supposed to look like a birthday cake. You dip it and bite it. So each nugget is 2 bites. That's 20 bites.
I saw something.
3 sauces, if that's what they give you. I thought they give you 1. I thought that's why people were complaining.
10 pieces, 2 sauces, I think. But
that's plenty.
I saw something that rocked my world, and
5 nuggets of sauce.
There was a guy, just randomly, he poured the sauce over the nuggets inside of the box, and I was like, "Who are you? Like, what are you doing?"
Well, then they're all gooey. You don't want that, do you?
I don't know. He was probably eating them.
Like making orange chicken.
Well, I'm just saying he was eating them pretty fast. But I just said, that's just not the way, that's not the way things go. You're not supposed to pour it onto the nuggets. You're supposed to dip them. But I'm like, maybe we're the sucker because he knows that each individual nugget gets the proper amount of dip. Because I'm serious. Because depending on the shape of the nugget, depending on the shape of the nugget, it might not fit into the thing right, and you spill some, and then you gotta go and like try and scoop it. He is like he separates the nuggets and then like pours a little bit on each nugget so they get like their portion. If that's the case, if that's what McDonald's is doing, then fine. But I think that's wrong. They make so much money. Like, you gonna charge for the salt on the fries?
No, because it comes on the fries. They cook it, they shake the salt over it. They're talking about extra sauce.
Man, it ain't nothing. It's it's the same thing. The sauces, they cost nothing, just like the soda at the fountain.
Well, everything costs something. I'm just saying companies make tons of money because they nickel and dime you. That's how they make tons of money.
Taco Bell used to be so cool, and then
they've kind of gone back to that. They give you a fistful of sauce.
They don't
Taco
anymore.
Bell. Yeah, they do. They didn't for a while.
I was just in the drive-thru the other day, and I finished my order. He was like, "How many sauces do you want?" I'm like, man.
I got home, they asked what kind of sauce, and I told them, and I got home, and there was a fistful of sauces in there. So maybe it's, I don't know.
I mean, independently owned franchise, maybe.
Also in Sperm news, Michigan State University, where my 2 older kids go, have cut Mel Tucker loose. This is the greatest thing to happen to them, by the way, is Mel Tucker, their head football coach, who they just signed this massive deal with, and now they get to save all that money. It was a year ago, not this past fall, but the fall before. This guy had a killer season. 11-2. They beat U of M. He was a brand new coach. Everybody had a boner for this guy. So they sign him to a 10-year, $95 million contract. And nobody can believe it. Right place, right time. And the gamble didn't pay off. But it's great news for the school. I want to know if I'm going to get any refund on the tuition I pay for 2 students because of this Mel Tucker thing. They're keeping 95. I'm sure they have to pay him something, but they fired him for cause because they found out, or this woman reported, that he was like wanking on a phone call with her. This guy's like making $10 million a year, which that's not going to make you the highest paid college football coach in history.
But it's good.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of
and
money.
for a 10-year contract. So
all you got to do is not
wank.
Yeah. Don't do that while you're on a phone call.
So wait, his termination letter went out on social media. Somebody posted it, and they were like, hey, and it's a lot of legalese, on behalf of the university, terminate your employment with cause, which gives them a lot of latitude to hang on to a ton of that money. And in the letter, they're like, we read your response, and it's not good enough, so we're letting you go. You admitted to having multiple conversations with, they call her the vendor, regarding her appearance, flirtation, and phone sex.
I'm sorry, what is the proof that they had that he was tossing off on the phone?
I think he copped to it, but said it was consensual, and the girl was like, no. It is, but it's the language in this letter from the school is awesome.
It's also one of those things where if he was winning, they'd have been like, he said he's sorry.
It would have never leaked if he was winning.
Yeah, I guess, but still, that's a lot of money that they're only too happy to keep now.
Right.
It is decidedly unprofessional and unethical to flirt, make sexual comments, and masturbate while on the phone.
No, it's not.
They had to, but
with an employee,
they have to put that in there on his termination letter. Hey, we can't believe we have to tell you, a grown-ass man, but it is unethical and unprofessional. At the very least, unprofessional to masturbate on a phone call with, oh my God, these guys just can't stop wanking on the phone, on Zoom. They just can't leave. Listen, I love it as much as the next guy, but there's a time and a place.
I can't remember the last time I had good old-fashioned, phone sex. Just
like talking on the phone?
You're just saying stuff that you want to do, not like FaceTiming or getting on something to look at something. Wow. Good old-fashioned. That's a horny...
Phone sex.
That is a horny interaction. And I don't know how you do that by yourself. So if he was talking and he was, getting himself excited, or she was
and
talking
she's just
back,
like, yeah, okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Or but that might be part of what turns him on is her not
just
being
not
that into it.
Yeah, I haven't had it. It had to be like 18, 19. I haven't had something like that where I was just so in a froth that I just had to do it over the phone. Wow.
So he'll probably get some money because I'm sure he has an early termination clause in there, but he ain't going to get no $95 million. But the money they're going to save, they'll probably have to give him like $20 million or $10 million, something like that, right? I'm sure he's got a huge early termination thing in there. But still, that's a lot of money because I think they're 0-2. But they, no, sorry, they're 2-0. But again, it doesn't look like they're going to be, barreling over Ohio State and
yeah, in the Big Ten, they're
right.
Not going to get it.
So they got to be happy. So anyway, he said it was entirely consensual and private, but he was a married guy and the whole thing, with another adult who gave a presentation at MSU. And then he gave her a presentation.
Was it Mary? Mary gave a presentation at MSU.
No, I don't think so. Can you imagine if she was referred to as vendor in the termination letter?
I mean, when I do contracts, I am the vendor.
Yeah, that's right.
So
there's your sperm news. All right, after break here, I'll have those Bill Burr tickets for you. He's going to join us a little bit after 5 o'clock. But if you want to go see him at Tom Benson Stadium there down in Canton, that show is next Saturday night. So the Bill Burr tickets after the break, 35192 if you want to text for anything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
From the director of Rogue One, The Creator, rated PG-13, now playing only in
of select Superstart batteries. Our professional parts people will test your old battery for free and recommend the right battery for your vehicle. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Superstart batteries only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
All right, I want to go see Bill Burr next Saturday night. I'll have him on the phone here a little bit after 5 o'clock. But he's doing the Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium down in Canton. Bill Burr Live. Go to hofvillage.com. That's their website. It's going to have the info. If you want to buy tickets, you can do it there. This pair for caller 10. Last couple pair, today and tomorrow. So 2 for Bill Burr next Saturday night. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Okay, so being called an audio hate crime by Ohio Quilter Magazine wasn't our proudest moment. The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
People don't want anything near them, even if it's something they believe in, something they think society needs, like prisons. Everybody wants more prisons. They say, build more prisons! But not here. Well, why not? What's wrong? What's the problem? What's wrong with having a prison in your neighborhood? Well, it seemed to me like it would make it a pretty crime-free area, don't you think? You think a lot of crackheads and muggers and pimps and hookers are going to hang around in front of a fucking prison? Bullshit, they ain't coming anywhere near it. What's wrong with these people? All the criminals are locked up behind the walls, and if a couple of them do break out, what do you think they're going to do? Hang around? Check real estate trends? Bullshit. They're fucking gone. That's the whole idea of breaking out of prison, is to get as far away as you possibly can. Not in my backyard. People don't want anything near them, especially if it might help somebody else. Part of the great American spirit of generosity we're always told about. Big, generous American nation.
This is George Carlin 30 years ago talking about prisons. We were talking yesterday about that. Well, somebody texted and said they're building a $750 million prison out there in Garfield Heights. And they're building the most expensive prison in the world in Alabama. Montgomery, Alabama is going to cost more than $1 billion. A new supersized prison down there. The Alabama Corrections Finance Authority approved final price of $1.25 billion. 2 giant prisons that will each house 4,000 inmates. Now, prisons are also job creators. You need a lot of hacks working that place. You know, in Columbus, about 10 years ago, you might recall that Ohio State spent $2 billion on a cancer hospital. And then they spent $4 billion on another hospital so big that it literally blocked the view of the first hospital. And you got to think, man, can you imagine all the mega prisons they could have had for that money? Here they are building cancer hospitals for research, trying to cure people. They could have just built a bunch of prisons down there in Columbus. Crime's not going away. Cancer's not going away. But $1 billion down there in Alabama. Critically important to public safety, they say. And they said, we haven't built any new prisons in more than 30 years. Now, let me ask you this. Once those new prisons are built, and you're talking 8,000 beds in these prisons, which is kind of just like a dormitory where you might conceivably spend the rest of your life, depending on what you were convicted of. But are you happy to at least be in the new prison?
Probably.
You go, hey, this is
Probably wanna be in the
look
newer
at
one.
this. Hey, they got Wi-Fi.
Because
roaches.
Yeah, the ones that are older, especially in Texas, if you get transferred to the new one, it probably at least has air conditioning.
That's the thing.
Or like the Fulton County Jail in Atlanta, you know, where Trump and all those guys got booked. They were like, if these guys had to spend any time here, it's an awful, awful prison. You get a brand new spot there in Alabama.
That's the thing that would get me, though. Like, if I avoid getting beat up or, you know, sexually assaulted in there, if I can get past all that, I have to deal with the bugs. And there ain't no one to save me. There's spiders, roaches, bed bugs, whatever type of thing you can imagine in your cell. And you just have to live in swaller. Is that what?
In what?
Yeah.
Is that, what was it? What did Mary say? Swaller?
Yeah, did she say swaller?
Is that what she said?
I think she did. Yeah, you were quoting her.
Yeah.
Yes, live in swaller.
Swaller.
I took a big old swaller out of it, and I was like, uh-oh.
Mary pulled a pound cake a couple of weeks ago. She said swaller instead of
squalor.
Squalor. Yeah, so at the very least, you end up in the new prison, along with 7,999 of your closest friends.
7,999.
Right?
Oh.
8,000 beds.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You are merely one convict. Convict.
Music.
And, yeah, it's pretty wild. And I think it's a private prison. And you know how they love new business in the private prison business.
If you can go to prison, why don't you go to a private prison? Step your weight up.
Step your weight up.
When I go to prison, I go to a private prison. You know, do you think there is a hierarchy of prisons?
No, I think if you're in prison, I mean, yeah, you're in prison. You're in prison. They remember Taylor Shabusiness? Best name of all time. Remember this? Her mugshot was pretty foxy, but I mean, Taylor Shabusiness was the woman who was like high on meth and banging her boyfriend, and she ended up killing him and cutting him up. Remember the mom came downstairs and his head was in a bucket? This was in Wisconsin, Green Bay, Wisconsin, a couple years ago. She's only 25, and she was messing around with her boyfriend, and she tried to plead insanity, but they were like, well, she wasn't mentally ill. They were smoking meth in his mom's basement, and she strangles him while they're banging, cuts his head off, and then cut him up, and the mom found his head in a bucket, and all, you know.
Dude,
and she was just like, mind your business.
Mind your business. They gave her life without parole there in Green Bay. She ain't going to no new prison. But that's wild.
Ugh, and it
you know, I mean, I must be getting mixed signals on meth, because on the one hand...
Hey, man, meth ain't that bad.
Meth ain't that bad. Now, that's a guy who's never cut anyone up, to the best of our knowledge. This lady, though, man, if you can't handle your high, woof, maybe meth is not for you. I mean, she attacked her attorney.
Yeah, it sounds like she's already kind of violent, and then meth will make you even more violent.
Yeah, she had a hearing back in February. You might have seen the viral video from the courtroom. She attacked her own attorney. And then the sentencing was, I think, yesterday. And they gave her life without the possibility of parole. She's 25 years old.
Again, you have nothing to lose if you have, I mean, your life, but...
what do you mean nothing to lose other than your freedom?
I'm saying if you get life in prison, I'm just going to keep trying to escape.
Yeah, but I don't think that's as, of course, I was going to say I don't think that's as easy as it sounds.
But I'm saying you have
evidence to the contrary. It seems like it's real easy these days for people to be escaping prisons.
And that's what I'm saying. If you're in there for life and there's no hope of you ever getting parole, you have no incentive to behave. Like, I'm going to do everything I can to make everyone's life miserable. I'm going to keep trying
to just do your time.
No.
I get what you're saying. You're like, what are they going to give you when they give people 90 life sentences, you know?
That's what I'm saying. Like, move me to a different prison or I'm going to stab my cellmate. Like, I'm going to smother poop on myself. I'm going to make your life hell because my life's hell. I ain't got no incentive to be nice no more.
Alan, imagine if Alabama spent that kind of money on education. Well, now you're just talking crazy.
Well, prison's big business.
My cell has that new prison smell. Yeah.
I'm sure they use little air fresheners in there.
Mm-hmm.
You got to poop, like, right next to your pillow.
got to poop. So I was doing sperm news last segment, talking about Mel Tucker, talking about Mia Khalifa, and somebody texted me. And they said, hey, man, I'm on day 32 of a semen retention streak.
Ooh.
I crank it once in a while, edge without ever finishing, takes more discipline. I'm trying to break my record of 180 days. I know you've made fun of dudes like me before, and I laugh with you. And I was like, what is the point of this? And he said it makes you mentally tougher. There are that's dubious
other
at best.
ways.
There are
take cold showers, man.
Yeah, a lot of
Do
ways.
an ice bath.
Right.
I agree with this, though.
I think whatever you think makes you mentally tougher is going to make you mentally tougher. So consider something that still allows you to whack. I don't understand. There's a real...
Well, if you really want to go mentally tough, do it so that you have to finish 100 times in a day. Instead of going 130 days or whatever your record was...
Make enough to do that.
It feels...
what's your mental toughness?
But there's something that feels really... like old school religious about this notion that masturbation makes you weak. I know there's all kinds of crypto bros and Joe Rogan fans who have this in their head that, like, you know, oh, we don't ever whack it. You know, all those Proud Boys and stuff. I guess they're proud of not masturbating. Right. You got to blow it out. You guys would be a lot happier if you were, you know. So I don't understand the notion
just
that, like,
find balance. Like, don't do it constantly, but, you know, every couple days. Nothing wrong with it.
When I started the show, in one of my vows of celibacy, I also...
What?
Vows of celibacy?
Okay.
What?
No, go ahead. I thought I misheard you.
Yeah.
I did not. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I went celibate, and then I included not tossing off, and mentally, it was a struggle, but I think I felt a lot better. Like, physically, I felt a lot better, but mentally, I was like, I got to do it. I was cranky. I was mean.
I don't understand. Listen, I grew up Catholic, so I get that end of it. I mean, if you're like a religious nut, yes, every religion tells you that your body is filthy and dirty, and you know you're not supposed to do anything with it. That's all silly.
It was just like a cleanse.
But I don't get it. Well, what's the point?
Well, one, I watched that movie 40 Days and 40 Nights on Comedy Central, and that also motivated me. But also, I just...
Yeah, but that was a comedy movie.
I understand, but I just wanted to see if I can do it. And I think it was the anticipation of when am I going to give in? So
right,
I was tricking myself because I really wanted to finish, and I never did.
But but here's my take. People go, I want to see if I can do it. You can not do it as long as you can do it. We all know you can do it.
I went a good long streak when I was a missionary. Like, I'm talking like almost 2 months.
But that's a religious thing.
Right, again, a religious thing.
I was going to say mine was a month and like 10 days.
And it was the most miserable I've ever felt.
So it was just to see how long you could do it,
I was like
Cody?
trying to quit. Like, I was like, I felt like every time I did it, I was betraying a vow I made to God.
Right.
And I was trying to not do it at all. And then I was just like, nah, I got to do this.
But that's all religious.
Yeah, it's all religious.
Religion. It's the people who go, well, it makes you mentally tougher.
I was like, mine was...
Whatever you think makes you mentally tougher is what's going to make you mentally tougher. I don't know why so many dudes think it's whacking off.
What is the mental toughness that they're talking? Just being able to resist the urge?
Willpower, having discipline, being able to...
But that's a useless toughness. Like, keeping yourself from whacking off isn't.
But you can apply it to different areas,
But you can apply it to different areas without keeping yourself from pleasuring yourself. Okay. Like having a disciplined diet, having a disciplined schedule, having a disciplined
working out. Yes,
all those are much more beneficial ways to show yourself to develop mental discipline and mental toughness. More so than I went 90 days or 120 days without beating it.
Also, again, for me, it was part mental toughness and discipline, and the other half was I wanted to see how big it would be after 40 days when I finally finished.
But that's not how it works.
But we've explained that
it doesn't.
Well, at the time, I thought it did.
After
and it was big.
Like, if you do it 3 times in a day, the third one's going to have less than the first one.
Right.
But
There's 40 days and you've been pent up?
If you because it reabsorbs into the body. It's just water. Like the stuff that makes it a bigger, like there's...
You don't have 180 days built up in your sac. Like I had a vasectomy, right?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't build... You absorb it back into your body. So it's not building up from... No.
No, that's
what
not,
it is.
That's not, I don't know. That's what Dr. Berglund has told us on 100 occasions.
That's right.
Times that I have pushed back and waited, like maybe gone like 2 weeks. Like maybe I was on a family vacation. I didn't do it while I was on vacation. When I got home.
Right. There's a maximum amount that you can get.
I understand that, but
it's not going to go. But going a week is probably the same as going 2 weeks. And 90 days is like you're not going to have.
That's psychosomatic.
I want to ask Dr. Berglund, what's the longest?
He's already told us.
Not the longest time, though. What, 2 weeks?
Longest time what?
Like, what's the point where you're... I don't know how to say it any other
way.
When your loads would be the biggest.
That's not a thing.
Okay.
I mean, because it doesn't, there's no way to know that because your body is constantly absorbing it in. I don't understand. This is another thing that goes back to
self-observation.
Dudes, listen, if you want to run experiments.
I do. That's how I know.
Great. But that's got nothing to do with mental toughness. That's got to do with just basic curiosity about the body. I understand that.
And I was curious about it. And I told you, there was a time in my life where I went, I would do it every day, and then I would do it every 2 days. I would do it every 5 days, and then I wanted to see. And at the end, like when the weeks I went like 2 to 3 weeks without doing it, that first time after doing it for 3 weeks, it was huge. I was like, oh
right,
my gosh.
and that's we're saying like there's a certain, but I
want to know when that max is. Like,
Google it, man. It's probably around 2 weeks.
But who cares?
He cares a lot.
I care. I just want to know.
He cares a lot.
But you could be doing that experiment throughout your entire adult life and never find a baseline.
I want to find a sweet spot.
It's a sweet spot.
Well,
anyway, people can do whatever they want to do. I'm fascinated by the notion that it is an indicator of mental toughness because there are so many other more pragmatic ways to test that.
And develop it.
I can't figure out why guys are so laser focused on the masturbation. It's weird. It's weird. I think part of it is like this fake masculinity where it's like it's considered weak because if you were a real man, you'd be banging chicks and not whacking off. And it's like, that's not even a binary equation. Who says you stop whacking when you're having regular sex?
Right.
No one does that.
Some of the best whacks are the ones where you think about the sex you just had. You go, that was a good session. I'm gonna kind of get into my my memories here and have myself a time.
Honey, I'll be right back. I'm gonna cast my mind back 15 minutes to what we just did.
Well, not usually 15. It's usually, and I'm thinking more like in my scenario where you go, yeah, I'm thinking about the pool table. And then
nope. So I do it right after.
I was going to say,
I get up, wipe myself off.
Your Uber's on the way. I'm about to beat it. We're both going to beat it. Yeah.
Does your time tossing off, or not time, but the amount of times you toss off when you're in a relationship differ from when you're single? I know neither of you have, well, Bill, you're single now, but Alan.
It didn't for me.
So it was just pretty much the same? You toss off the same amount?
Yeah.
I would say I probably, because like and there's, ebbs and flows with it where sometimes I'll go a few days and I won't do it. And then there's other times when, for whatever reason, when I'm on the road, I'm in a hotel room, I'm beating it like crazy. Like I can't, I don't know what it is. Like crazy. Like it's like, it's like 2-3 times a day when I'm on the road.
What? Because you're bored.
Yeah, kind of.
You're doing it out of boredom.
Right. And like,
I never did it out of boredom.
If I'm just at home, I can be just as bored, but I'm not going to
it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, when I was in
I feel like there's also something about being in a hotel room where you're like, oh, just what hotel room?
Yeah, you want to christen it almost.
Christen the hotel room. You think about all the gross stuff that other people have done before you even got
like, all right, well, I want to do my part.
Yeah, it's my turn. That's exactly how I feel.
It's my turn to defile this hotel room.
It's their time up there. It's our time down here.
This rented bedroom. It's my turn to defile it. I'll leave myself all over this TV remote control.
I don't do it on the stuff. I have tissues.
I've got to take a breath. I've got to get out of this. If you want tickets for the Haunted Schoolhouse and Laboratory down there in Akron, I'll have those for you after the break.
It's the Alan
Free playlists.
Free contests. Free artist radio stations.
Commercial-free stations. It's free. I love iHeartRadio.
Join the millions of music, radio, and podcast fans on the #1 streaming radio app now.
iHeartRadio.
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 Free never sounded so good.
All right, I want to have some Halloween fun down in Akron, the Haunted Schoolhouse and Laboratory, celebrating 50 seasons of fear, scenes and scares, and incredible detail inside the Haunted Schoolhouse. They got the Midway there. That means you can get something to eat, get some beer, plenty of drinks. You don't want to go in on an empty stomach, do you? HauntedSchoolhouse.com for the details. These tickets here, a pair for you, caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
I met Alan.
Did you?
I gave him marijuana.
Oh, great.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Trooper Scott.
Hey, Alan, how are you?
What's going on, man?
Just trying to get through. Good news, though, actually. I just got out of the doctor's office, and it's looking like this might just be one more week. I'll be off next week because I pretty much healed, they said. There's no more seepage or drainage.
No more hole in your foot.
Yeah, it's just like a regular, not to be gross, like a regular scab that you get from just like, I don't know, a minor nick or something, but it's closed up almost completely. So I would be going back to work here then the 9th of October, it looks like.
That is good news. That's great news.
Yeah.
I had a buddy in college, we called him Minor Nick.
What's that?
Well, because we had two friends named Nick. One of them was Major Nick, and he had been in the military. And the other one we just called Minor Nick. Okay, so what else, Scott?
Oh, yeah. So I think I get what Poundcake was saying, which I'm not disputing your guys' side, but I thought Dr. Berlin said this, because I know I heard it somewhere from a doctor, but basically when there's more activity in that area, your production goes up to match the demand, supply and demand. But then if you all of a sudden were to stop, it would reach its full point sooner. Versus if it's not anything going on, it might be weeks or months in between those uncomfortable mornings. You got to change the sheets.
I don't recall that. I mean, your body continuously makes it. So
right,
I
but I understand what he's saying. Like if and I do remember Dr. Berglund talking about that, where if you are using it more often, it's going to be like, oh, we got to up production. But then all of a sudden, if there's a strike, there's going to be some backup.
The line is back.
The line's going to back up faster.
Okay, well, there you go. Maybe we'll revisit that with him next time he's here.
Supply rope issue.
Yeah, okay. Well, good. I'm glad to hear you're on the mend, Scott.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, good. Thanks, pal.
Take care.
Stripper Scott had a hole in his foot. I think still of undetermined origin. I don't know if we ever... I don't know, but I saw him at my first Cox Out.
He was testing his mental fortitude.
Oh,
so he dug a hole in it to see how tough he could be. His mental toughness.
I thought you meant he was pointing down one time and he shot himself in the foot with his own emission. No, I mean he looked good when I saw him. I'm glad that he's doing a little bit better there. Again, with those passes there for the haunted schoolhouse down there in Akron, I'll have one final pair for you tomorrow about this time. Anybody see Cardi B talking about how her L.A. house is haunted?
No.
She has a multiple, she has a number of houses. I think she has a house in New York.
I don't want to hear her talk about anything.
I think she has a house in Orlando, but her house in L.A., she is convinced, is haunted. You don't want to hear her? How come?
I hate the way she sounds.
You don't like her accent?
I tried to she did an interview with the Breakfast Club not too long ago, and I couldn't get through it.
It's grating.
But I will humor you.
You'll humor me?
Oh, he'll listen because you're playing it, Alan.
Thanks.
It's not my fave.
Well, she does have a very, and I'm sure that she's
it's not
also
even just the accent. She just sounds.
You don't like her vibe? She's from the Bronx. I mean, she sounds exactly like J-Lo.
She does not sound exactly.
No.
She doesn't?
No. I don't think so.
Well, I think she's probably putting it on a little too, right? I mean, she said that her grandmother had like a thick accent like that, and that's how she kind of.
It's like I understand why people are angry with me sometimes because I can't articulate myself the way I want to. It's very frustrating at times. So when I look at her, it just reminds me. I'm like, I hope I don't sound like that to people because that is. Yeah, I don't know. Some people like her because she is who she is, but. I like her because she is who, or I dislike her because she is who she is.
Well, I just think she's foxy. How dare you besmirch Belcalis Marlenis Almanazar's voice?
She ain't no Nicki Minaj.
That is true. That is very true. But nobody is.
Nicki.
I'm just glad to be alive. Think about the people. I was explaining this to my daughter the other day because she was on the way to school the other morning. She was asking me about the age of the planet, how long humans have been on it, extinction, things like that, evolution. And I was explaining to her how, in the grand scheme of things, we are here for such an unbelievably short time. Seems long to us because we're living day to day. A lot of life can be monotonous and repetitive. But I said, but it's a great thing to remind yourself as you get older to never wish for time to go faster. When you're a kid, all you want is to be grown up. When you're grown up, all you want is to be younger. But we're here for even if you live, my grandmother lived to be 102. And I told her, I said, your great-grandma lived to be 102. That is still such an unbelievably short amount of time in the grand scheme of things. So think of all of the people we are alive with. Think of all the people who are on the planet at the same time we are. I'm thinking celebrities and things like that, people you know. Think about people 100 years ago who were the most famous person on the planet, and we've never heard of them before because we weren't alive then. There are some people throughout history that obviously made their mark. But you think about, we are living, all of us, in a time where we share the planet with Nicki Minaj, with Cardi B. You might not like their work, but they are undeniably interesting people.
Oh, she got some hits.
But she's positive that her L.A. house is haunted.
So I go and I take a shower, and I get out the shower, and I lay on my bed, right, bitch?
All right, now, that's kind of a Poundcakeism, too.
I
you throw bitch in a lot.
She reminds me of myself. And I'm
wow. I thought I was self-loathing.
Yeah, but the thing is, he loves himself, too, so much.
I don't like the way I don't like the fact that I can't articulate myself the way I want to sometimes. So I replace, what do you think with a bitch at the end. I just want you to put emphasis on question mark, but instead I add the bitch because I want you to know that it has a lot of emotion to it. Right, bitch?
I guess so.
I don't know why. What, bitch? I'm working on it.
So I go and I take a shower, and I get out the shower, and I lay on my bed, right, bitch? I start hearing like a fly sound, right? Bro, I haven't been able to find the fucking fly. I told my driver to go get a fucking one of those things that you kill a fly with. Whatever spatula to kill the fly.
See, you can't come up with a fly swatter. That's my favorite part. What's that spatula that kills flies? Maybe she was just channeling Iggy Azalea with that.
A little freestyle?
Yeah, a little freestyle. A toothless beast. She's like, what's that?
I got a toothless bee in here.
Get that fly.
I told my driver to go get a fucking one of those things that you kill a fly with, the whatever spatula to kill the fly. I don't see the fucking fly nowhere. I bought the spray, everything. I don't hear the fly anywhere. Then I start hearing this sound in the hallway. It sounds like somebody's on a phone, like cling, click, cling, click, cling, click, cling. I call my security guard to tell the other security guard that's outside to come in my house to hear the sound. Bitch, tell me how the sound is gone. It's gone out of nowhere. So all I'm saying is that there's a fucking ghost or a spirit in this fucking house. And at this point, I feel like if I go to sleep, the fucking ghost is gonna finger pop me. Because, bitch, he wants me.
After all that, her conclusion is, well, the ghost wants to have sex with her.
The ghost don't want to have sex.
By the way, you don't
just
have
finger.
Finger, yeah.
Just hand stuff.
You don't even have to be dead to want to have sex with Cardi B.
I do.
I mean, I bet when you have extenuating circumstances. I mean, I imagine when you get her all unwrapped, it's probably just a mess. But
unwrapped.
You know what I mean?
She has the what is the thing that Kim Kardashian has? The
Spanx?
Yeah, is that what it's called?
Skims is her line, but I mean,
but what
shapewear? Corset?
Corset. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Like you just undo one button and it just falls out.
It's like when you twist the can of cinnamon rolls and it comes out the seams. It's probably like that.
So many things to trick me.
But I'll eat those cinnamon rolls. What's that?
I says girls have so many like items to trick men.
Good for them.
I'm just saying
we shouldn't be so easily trickable.
I know, but like when you
that's on us.
It's so much work to be done, and then like when you go, take a guy home from the bar or something, you're like, hold on, I gotta go to the bathroom, and you come out and you just hear like a or not even it could be like you don't want like the buttons flying off and hitting stuff, and you're like, he's like, you okay in there? Like, fine, sweetie, be out in a second.
Honey, what's going on in there? Are you taking out? I'm just taking these cantaloupes out of my dress.
Maybe some guys are into that. Like, oh, I want you in that corset while we make love.
Make love. Yeah, but
I don't mind a little bit.
I don't either, because we've put that on them.
Yeah.
We've said, we like you to look like X, Y, and Z.
Mm-hmm.
So then they go, okay, well, how do I achieve that look?
Put that
it's our
corset
fault.
on.
Yeah.
With the boobies popping out of it? Oh, that's a good time.
Yeah. So, but she also did that show Hot Ones, where they eat wings with the dude, and he asked her about aliens.
I really don't believe that aliens are real, because it's like, okay, so if aliens are real and they're smarter than us, right? I feel like it's like, why they just haven't invaded us? So aliens, if they smart, they know how humans are. Humans are like despicable. They want to take over everything. They just want to have power over everything. And then people be like, but why would aliens want to invade Earth? Earth is ghetto. They probably like so advanced. Like they probably think that Earth is like a small fry, and it's like, it's not about that.
Right.
It's the art of war.
I'm following. That don't make sense to me.
So it's like, if they're so smart, like people think that they are, they would have been invading us just so they could just have us and not. I just know that they ain't real. I don't care. I don't care.
You gotta hand it to that Hot Ones guy. I don't even know that guy's name, but boy, did that blow up. He just had a weird idea, and it blew up. Hey, let me get celebrities.
Sean Evans.
We're going to eat hot wings, and then I'll get him to talk, and we'll chat. Alan is a full-fledged New Yorker. Please hit Cody with a shut-up pound cake. Cardi B is a goddamn New York treasure. Freaking big booty Judy and her cousin Trudy is what this person's called.
What? There's so many big butt New Yorkers. J-Lo, Nicki Minaj, Remy Ma. Like,
yeah, I know. She's not alone.
There's so many other. I don't like her Bronx accent.
I understand.
And again, it's probably a self-loathing thing, because I feel like I talk.
It triggers something about who you are.
Because
how do you feel about aliens?
Oh, I think they're definitely real. And it's not the art of war. I think
Art of War. Nicki Minaj, though, is not a native New Yorker.
She's not from Jamaica, Queens?
I think she's from actual Jamaica. No, she's from Trinidad.
She's from Trinidad.
Yeah.
But
she went to college in New York, but to this person's point, Cardi B is a homegrown New Yorker. She's Cardi from the block.
Okay.
But she's not for everyone. And I agree with you. A little goes a long way with that accent.
But I'm good for a few years. After those few clips.
I'm true to my word is I can separate the art from the artist. I'm not saying she ain't got hits. I like that Money song. I like Bodak Yellow. There's a couple songs I like from her, but I just don't want to hear her talk. I just don't.
I'm kind of with you.
Nothing she advertises I have any interest in buying.
I like looking at her. I don't care about her music one way or another.
The nails get on my nerves.
The nails are ridiculous.
Yeah,
that's probably what the ghost is trying to do, is trying to clip your nails. The ghost in there trying to sit still.
I don't know how people find that attractive. Like, what woman's like, I gotta have nails like Cardi B, because they're like at least 4 or 5 inches long. Like
well, especially also, and you'll see just regular girls walking around with those nails and like trying to text or dial the, you got to get your finger pad on it because you can't use the tip of your finger. So it's like this very kind of, but again, that's what Poundcake and I had the nails. We had those acrylic nails a couple years ago for our polar blast punishment. And it was a real pain in the ass, but it was also a way to more closely sympathize with girls who do that. Do it to themselves, mind you. But if you like that look, it's a look.
All I did was get into rich people's cars and take pictures on their steering wheel. That's what I did with those stupid nails.
They wanted you to send them pictures of you with the nails?
No, I got into their car, took pictures.
Into whose car?
I got into my roommate's car. There was a neighbor who had a BMW. I got into his car.
You just want those steering wheel photos.
Yeah.
I see.
On my way to see your man. My new Benz BMW.
But the best part about those nails was your interactions with your daughter. The party nail.
She did. Because she was only like 2.5, I think. Yeah.
What's a party nail?
I still have party nails, don't I?
I think so.
Nails.
Gold glitter.
And what is this called? Because I had purple nails. One of them was gold. And a gold party nail.
Gold glitter.
And what is this called?
A party nail.
A party nail?
Yeah.
What color are the other ones?
Purple. But what are those called if they're purple? Are those just called party nails too?
They're my regular nails, but the gold glittery one you said is a party nail, right?
Mm-hmm. Because it looks so sparkly.
When you have an itch, I can scratch with my nails.
That feels good. There's an itch down there too.
How's that?
It feels good.
So adorable. It feels good.
Yeah, she's a pisser, that one. I got to take a break here. We're going to talk to Bill Burr a little bit after 5 o'clock. He is in town next weekend. Do a big show down in Canton at the Hall of Fame Stadium. I got one more pair of tickets for that to see him tomorrow. I'll have tickets to see Bill at the Agora in about, closer to 5:20. I will have this for you. He's doing a show with Mary on December 22nd. You can go to agoracleveland.com for all the details on that. 35192 and text me for anything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Here's an email from a girl who took some risks.
Closed between East 14th and 18th for Playhouse Square marquee lighting ceremony until 6 a.m. tomorrow. 237 South is closed for road work between McKinley and Munn. Only the north. Jackie Roberts in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by Bob Evans Restaurants. You'll love Bob Evans' new caramel apple hotcakes. It's goodness fresh off the griddle with roasted apples, caramel, and all the sweet flavors of fall. Hurry on in for breakfast at Bob Evans.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
He's a Satanist where they sacrifice babies and melt those babies into candles.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
What is the Playhouse Square marquee lighting ceremony? I heard that in traffic.
I don't know. That sounds fun. Sounds fancy.
When are they doing that whole thing where, like, aren't they have a whole thing where downtown's going to be lit up all the time? Is that part of that? They're putting millions of lights
they're going to put lights everywhere. I don't know.
Make downtown Cleveland look like Times Square. Hey, your Cleveland Guardians sent Tito Francona off with a win. Only 2 games against the Reds, but they split that series. 4-3 was the final yesterday. They start up the final run of the season tomorrow. It's a road series against the Tigers in Detroit. So tomorrow at 6:40, what after we roll out, we'll get your Bill Squire Friday Get Down out of the way, and then the weekend will be officially underway. And then your Guardians will start the first of the last 3 games of the season. So tomorrow, 6:40 here on MMS. They will play them Saturday afternoon at 1:10, and then Sunday at 3:10. And then that's it. Last couple of days for you to use the promo code SPICY if you want to get something from CLE Clothing Company. You've got today, tomorrow, and Saturday. And then we'll have a new code for you for the month of October. And hopefully I'll be able to tell you that very, very soon. I got a letter about Poundcake last night. Poundcake letter. Where is that? Oh, it was in response to, it was from Greg, who listens to the show in Collinsville, Illinois. He is one of our bureau chiefs who listens on iHeartRadio. If you do that same thing, tell me where you listen if you're out of state. Alan, I hope none of the people who lost to Poundcake for Best Sports Talker have been listening to the show this week. Between him talking about the Super Bowl at 2 northern outside stadiums, calling Travis Kelce a quarterback and Super Bowl MVP, those poor guys may make the same decision you did when you crashed the plane that the two of you were on. Yeah, but that's the secret sauce with Poundcake. That's the beauty of it, of the sports break, the award-winning Poundcake sports break.
I mean, are people not in on like the shtick by now or no?
I'm sure he is, but it's when
you're just pointing out how
undeserved it is. And again, we never made the case that you deserved it. We made the case that we wanted you to win.
That it'd be funny.
Deserve is a concept I've never understood. So in any capacity, I don't know what people mean when they say they deserve something. So we wanted Poundcake to win because we think he's the best sports talker in Cleveland. A couple of people did tell me that they did address it over there on the Rizzo show. But I haven't gotten any clips or anything.
Didn't you have to pay for it last time?
Yeah, you got to pay for their podcast.
That's the good part.
Well, when they first, they got $10 out of me. It was a $10 clip, and happy to pay it, frankly, to get the initial statement about when the nominations first came out. Aaron Goldhammer was quite displeased that you were on there. He pretended that he didn't even know who you were. Or maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he's not that plugged in. You know, I'm not somebody I've been in Cleveland now almost 14 years. My 14th anniversary at WMMS is going to be December the 16th. And I'm not somebody who's plugged into local media. I don't listen to other radio stations. I don't, So maybe he's that guy too. He might not know who you are. At least not your government. Because you were listed as Cody Brown.
Yeah,
but again, it was nothing that we solicited. It was organic by the listeners of this show and the readers of Cleveland Scene Magazine to even have you as a nominee.
And I'm grateful for that.
Of course.
And the customers, the ACS crew, y'all came in full force. I appreciate that because I promoted it, and my friends are like, "Oh, this is a joke." I'm like, "Yeah, but vote for real." And some of them did, but I feel like more than anything, it was the listeners of this show that did it for sure.
Well, yeah,
Absolutely,
it was
yeah.
99%. That's my point.
It wasn't people like,
Who else would it have
I like
been?
Tony Rizzo.
But even still, like my friends, when I posted it on my Facebook, there was people like, "No, I'm not. You don't deserve this. I'm not voting for you."
When we organize and get behind a cause and get our customers on board, there's nothing really they can't do.
That's right.
So, understand that power that you guys have.
And by the way,
now I'll put it towards buying tickets to the Agora.
Any date in particular?
December 22nd.
Oh,
yeah.
All right. I'll have some to give away shortly.
Nice.
Also, I would like to make the case that it doesn't matter how well Poundcake is versed in sports because we are currently in a culture that celebrates stupidity. Now, I'm not calling him stupid. Poundcake is not stupid. But we are awash currently in people who are so threatened by people with experience, expertise, that they pretend that they're fake or they're unreliable. And make no mistake, legitimate stupidity is a threat. It is a threat.
It seems like the easiest thing for people to fake is the sign language interpreter because that keeps happening where people hire someone to be a sign language interpreter and then they're just dancing and they're like, yeah, that wasn't sign language.
And deaf people are going, what the hell are they saying? Is this person drunk? People think that stupidity is just, you're not intelligent. That's not what it is. Stupidity is when you don't use your abilities effectively, right? Smart people recognize their own limitations, and maybe they work to expand their cognitive abilities. So stupidity is just not being aware of your own limitations. Over the course of COVID and the Trump administration, everybody learned what the Dunning-Kruger effect was. Before that, it was largely the domain of psychology students and things like that. The Dunning-Kruger effect, we all now are well-versed in that now. People who think they're they're ignorant of their own ignorance. So stupidity is not just that you don't know stuff. It's you don't know the limitations of what you actually do know. And when people fail to recognize what they don't know, that can be a really dangerous thing. People with no medical training try to tell you that their advice, that they're experts in medicine. I mean, a lot of those people obviously are scammers and grifters and all that kind of stuff, but a lot of people will buy into that. We were watching a show last night, and we started watching it late night when we would get back to the room at Kelly's Island. There's a William Shatner show called The Unexplained. I think it's on Travel Channel or Discovery or something like that. And it's about, Oak Island and the Loch Ness Monster, all this kind of stuff. It's a very entertaining show. And they'll do interstitials with people who've written books on these things. We were watching one last night because now my daughter's kind of into it. We're watching one last night on the Chupacabra. And these are all, creatures of myth. But they will have a series of people expounding on these creatures that are made up or at the very least never proven to exist. And all these people refer to themselves as cryptozoologists, which is not a thing. It's made up. Cryptozoology is a pseudoscience. It has nothing to do with the scientific method, but it sounds cool. And you can just call yourself that. I'm a cryptozoologist. You're not a zoologist. You study, I don't even know how you study the Loch Ness Monster and Bigfoot because there's nothing to study.
So these are like cryptid-based scientists.
Yeah, well, but they're not scientists. You know what I mean? Like,
well, yeah.
These because
experts.
But you're an expert in other people's anecdotal evidence. You're not using the scientific method. You're not doing experiments to prove that, So it's something cool to call yourself. It's like parapsychologists, right? We're ghost hunters. That's a cool thing. It's fun. It's not science-based. There might be elements of science in it, but
or like relationship counselors.
Well, I mean, that's
listen, if you're there, you're probably going to end up getting divorced.
That's psychology. I mean, that's a whole other thing. That's not parapsychology, unless you are dating a ghost.
I'm just saying, if you got to go to the thing, it's probably not going to end well.
Some people have benefited greatly from couples therapy.
Okay.
My brief foray into it did not work out. My first wife and I, by the time we got to that point, and
me and my ex, we did it.
The therapist we were seeing was not what you'd call unbiased.
Yeah.
So that didn't help either. But a lot of people have benefited a lot from that. A lot of people come back from the brink and they go, therapy saved our bacon. So anyway, it doesn't matter that Poundcake is not, you can turn the dial. There's a billion different guys who are waxing poetic on the X's and O's of sports. Nobody needs another one of those. We need a guy who does what Poundcake does.
A fresh take.
A fresh take. And that's why he won.
That was a lot. Just tell me that I won. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Now, Cleveland Magazine also does a best of. People love best of lists. Those are their big issues. Big issue for Cleveland Scene, big issue for Cleveland Magazine. Now, but Cleveland Magazine has a bit more of a patina of respectability to it. There's a little glossier, but to and Poundcake wasn't even on their radar. They're going, the legit people in town doing stuff as far as media and personalities go. But that's less important to me because it's not, I don't think it's not the readers throwing in. Cleveland Scene, it's the people. And I want to hear what they think. William Shatner shows on the History Channel. Okay, there you go. Anyway, fun show. Like that a lot. The Unexplained.
Hey, Poundcake.
Yes?
What's up? You know who this is?
I think it's Ghostbag.
Yeah, sure is, man.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm all right.
Man, did you hear me kicking it at Cardi B's place?
So there was a ghost in her house. I thought it was like termites or something.
No, hell no, sucker. I was there.
Were you trying to finger her?
I mean, he doesn't do that. He doesn't attack people. He just watches.
You don't know what I do.
Oh, maybe you were.
You only know what I do in you. Have I ever tried to finger you?
No.
Have I ever tried to finger you?
Hey, Ghostbag, can you slide out of frame a little bit more so you
What? Bill, is it?
Yeah.
All right, I'm sorry, man.
That's it.
Okay, have I ever tried to finger you?
No.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
You don't know what I'm doing when you're sleeping.
I mean, I don't, but I was asleep, so that would be another level.
All right, man. No, I was kicking it at Cardi B's place out in L.A. for a little while.
Probably got a lot of places to float around in there. It's a pretty big house, right?
Oh, it's so big. It's so big.
Did you see her boobs?
I saw her boobs.
That's cool.
I saw all three of them.
3?
Oops, what? I mean, I signed an NDA. I'm not supposed to say that.
Well, you're in breach of the NDA then.
I sure am. Speaking of breach, she looked pregnant. Again, I don't know, man.
Was she giving birth?
I don't know. I was getting...
You better be careful, man. Offset, her husband, will get pissed at you and try and shoot you.
Kick his ass. Offset who? He can't even catch me, son. Offset.
Mm-hmm.
You better...
Offset, upset.
Yeah, you better step back. When Ghostbag gets to finger popping, ain't nobody getting in the way.
You're kind of, before I thought you were just like an innocent little perv. Now you're kind of, I don't know, you're kind of crossing the line there.
I told you I brought back some swag from LA, man.
That's what LA does to you?
Why would you ever think I was innocent? I'm a ghost who watches people whacking. What part of that is innocent?
Because maybe it's just like your unfinished business. Like that's what you did during your like actual life, and this is what you're doomed to do for all eternity. But you ain't talk about finger popping people.
Is it unfinished business, or are you just edging eternity?
I'm edging eternity. It helps my mental toughness, man. More people should know about it. That's a great way to work on your mental toughness. And I do it. My bag gets so full when I wait a couple of weeks, man. Oof.
Smart all that ectoplasm.
Oh, I'm sloshing all over the place, son.
I'm surprised you don't get sliced by one of Cardi B's nails.
No, I'm very careful when I'm there. Very careful. Because I'm dodging everything, man. But I did see her take everything off when she came out of the shower. She took off the wig.
Yep.
She took out everything, man. It was a wild sight, man.
So what's it like over, have you ever been to Nicki Minaj's house?
I have not been to Nicki Minaj's house.
You can find it on a registry.
I'm back in town, man. I'm waiting to see you at the new crib.
What new crib?
You're in a new spot, you said.
Yeah, you saw it.
No, but I thought maybe you had more stuff in it.
Oh, he tried to roast. Okay. Well, no. I just have a few boxes that you can still probably
All right.
fit in.
I'm not roasting, man. I just thought I've been gone. I've been in LA. I thought maybe you had more stuff.
Hopefully
They
you
got
bring
all
back
set up. Yeah.
some LA money.
All right. Well, I'm just checking in on you, man. Don't get all mad at me.
No, you're trying to roast.
I'm not trying to roast.
Go back to Cardi B's house.
I had a great week, man. I did some California finger popping. It's all good.
What makes it California finger popping?
I only did it when I was high on pot.
Ah, okay.
No drinking.
Like California sober.
Yeah, California sober, that's right.
How does a ghost get high?
I just float.
Just float through a cloud of weed.
That's a good identity, though. People are just, he gets a contact high just floating above the smoke.
Yeah, anyway, all right, I gotta see you later, man.
I feel like that should be an album.
What's that?
I feel like that should be an album.
What should be an album?
California Finger Popping.
Yeah, with
By who?
Preponderance of Queens.
There you go.
That should be the next Super Bowl halftime show.
Uh-huh. Well, it's worth looking into, quite frankly. All right, enough of that.
It's got me all in the Halloween spirit, though.
It's what?
I'm all in the Halloween spirit now.
Are you?
Yeah, we had Ghostbag
I get
visit.
it. Yeah.
Over it. I don't want to have to pay for another expensive costume.
Pay for what? Why are you spending a lot of money on a costume?
Because I say I don't every year. I say I'm not.
What was last year?
Last year was the Pharaoh.
You were Jay Pharaoh.
No.
Pharaoh Monch.
Egyptian Pharaoh. King Tut.
King Tut. There you go.
I was going to change it to something else. But
King Slut.
King Slut.
I got a Halloween party in like 2 weeks. I got to figure out a costume for that.
You're throwing or going?
Going to one.
Oh, yeah.
And I got to figure out what I'm going to wear.
Wow. All right. Yeah, I don't think we have any Halloween parties on the docket, and that is just fine with me.
Every year, my friends, why my friends got to be so festive? They always throw a really good Halloween party every year, and I'm like, I'm just gonna go in my regular clothes. They're like, don't be lame. And then like the last minute, I go to like a
just buy like a cheap mask.
It's not the same.
Just buy something that'll freak people out when they see you. Like that guy.
Okay.
Yeah, just buy a mask.
There aren't any good masks.
Just get the screen mask.
You go to a giant, what used to be a Circuit City, and it's a Halloween store, and it's just rows upon rows of masks. You just get something out of a bag. You have to put a lot of thought into it. Unless you're trying to get laid. Is that what it is? Or like you want to put on a good show and look?
Nope.
You're trying to look.
Or recycle one of your old ones. Or mix them together. Be
You want me to be a Halloween costume repeater?
Yes.
Yes.
Mix up your police your cop outfit with your Pharaoh one.
It was
There you go.
Officer Oliver Clothes Off.
Nailed it.
That was the name of the costume.
Nailed it.
Why not all of his?
It wasn't on the costume. It wasn't on the name
Officer. Officer Oliver Clothes Off.
Yeah.
I thought that was a Russian spy. Oliver Clothes Off. All right, well, however you're going to do it, Bill's got to determine what he's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Why don't you just make a sandwich board with the screen grab of Cleveland Scenes winners all blown up?
I guess.
And then just wear a catcher's mask.
I could do that. I guess I didn't think about it. I could go as a CVS receiver.
Wear a football helmet and you have a football helmet on and you're carrying a baseball bat.
Just get a trash bag and go as ghost bag.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
I got to take a break here. I'm going to talk to Bill Burr when we get back. He is doing the Hall of Fame Stadium in Canton. Bill Burr Live is next Saturday night. 35192. I want to send me a text for anything, and we'll be back.
From the director of Rogue One, the creator, rated PG-13, now playing only in theaters.
Evans Restaurants. You'll love Bob Evans' new caramel apple hotcakes. It's goodness fresh off the griddle with roasted apples, caramel, and all the sweet flavors of fall. Hurry on in for breakfast at Bob Evans.
I'm Penelope Spheris. I'm a filmmaker and the host of a new podcast about a friend of mine, Peter Ivers. Peter was the host of a TV show featuring prominent LA punk bands until he was murdered in 1983. 40 years later, we dive into that music scene and the mystery of his passing. Listen to Peter and the Acid King on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, our own Bam Bam Bill Squire is doing a special taping, a brand new show at the Agora with special guest Mary Santora, Marty Malloy. It's going to go down Friday night, December the 22nd at the world-famous Agora. Tickets are on sale if you go to agoracleveland.com. You can win a pair here. Anything else you want people to know, William?
Buy some tickets. I mean,
I'm
they're
going to give these away.
Already. Win them if you can. But if you buy them, it's going to be great. I'm really excited about it, and I love the material. I don't know. This is a big thing. This is the biggest thing I've ever done, and I really would appreciate the support.
Be there for the biggest thing Bill has ever done. Caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Another ringing endorsement
You're an idiot. Your show sucks, and you've proven that many times.
for the Alan Cox Show
You're so stupid.
on 100.7 WMMS.
Going to talk to Bill Burr in a minute. One more. What's that?
About what?
Oh, he's doing a show in Canton next Saturday night.
That's exciting.
I'll have one more pair of tickets for you tomorrow afternoon if you want to get to Bill Burr live. Otherwise, hofvillage.com for all the details. The show is at Hall of Fame Stadium down there in Canton next Saturday night. Next week on the show, bands and comedians. That's what I got for you. John Oliver is doing the Akron Civic Theater in a couple of weeks. Static and X and Seven Dust have announced they're coming back to the Agora in February.
Nice.
Bullet for My Valentine is a couple of weeks away from doing a show at the Agora. Get you into that show. And Chelsea Handler is back at Playhouse Square on October 20th. So I will have those tickets for you all next week here on the program. Also, comedian Stavos Halkias is going to join me next week. He has, we've had those tickets for you all this week. He is also in town next Saturday, too. He's doing Playhouse Square. Comedian, actor, kind of comedian, I guess. Ed Begley, depending on what you see him in. Ed Begley Jr. Hey, Gaylord, hello.
Hello, Mr. Cox. How are you, sir?
Good. What's going on?
Well, I wanted to say hello to Miss Santora, wherever she may be. And hi, Mr. Squire.
Hey, what's up, Gaylord?
Sir? Well, I would like to congratulate Mr. Brown on his notoriety in the sports area. And I wanted to also say that you're looking very handsome, Mr. Cox, with your great-looking beard.
Bill, is Gaylord hitting on me? Is that what's happening right now?
No, I think he's just paying you a compliment. He's taking the beard.
I don't know what to do with those, but thank you. All right, I'm just double-checking.
I know a great-looking white beard when I see one.
Wasn't sure if I was sending out signals.
I have a long beard, a very long beard. I look, like I said, like Santa Claus before. But anyway, I just want to thank you guys all for having me on your show. So thank you so much. I love you guys so much, including Miss Santora.
Right.
Like I said, wherever
She's out.
She's
there.
in Vegas.
She's in Vegas for the first time ever.
I hope she wins a few.
I don't know if she's gonna.
She shouldn't be doing that.
I don't know if she's gonna
try not to do the gamble.
Gamble, right? Okay, thank you. There's Gaylord out in Wellington who is he's. I wasn't sure if I was getting mixed signals from him or not. I wasn't sure where he was coming from. Hey, Bill Burr is on the phone. He is in town next Saturday night. He's doing the Hall of Fame Stadium down there in Canton. Bill, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
This must feel like full circle for you, right? Next Saturday from Canton, Massachusetts, all the way to Canton, Ohio.
Yeah, I thought for a second you were talking about my short-lived football career. I would say no. I got my butt kicked in third grade, and my dad was like, you stink, and you're going to knock your brains out. You're not playing this. You're going to play baseball. And I was like, all right. In defense of me, my dad wasn't a sports guy, and I needed a cup, and he got me this cup, and it was rubbing on the inside of my legs. I didn't realize until I got to high school because I kept it. It sat in my underwear drawer. He bought me like a man-sized cup when I was in third grade. So I couldn't I couldn't run normally. So instead of playing wide receiver like I wanted, I ended up playing like offensive line. I didn't have a good time, and that was the end of my career. But having said that, Canton, Mass to Canton, Ohio, awesome.
Listen, at least your dad had the wherewithal to kind of pull you early. You know, my son, who's 23 now, but when he was playing Pee Wee football, he was such a beast that he kept getting like concussed. And I finally said, "That's it, man." I said, "No more like plowing through the line or whatever." So at least your dad kind of pulled you early.
Then they used to have us lead with your head and use your head like a battering ram and keep your head up and, you know, slam into the guy. Yeah, you were seeing stars. Yeah, it was a smart move. I still did terrible in school, but at least he knew it wasn't his fault for letting me play football. But the bigger thing here, to be playing that stadium, you know what, one play, all those games that I always think of, the Hall of Fame game there, was Jeremy Shockey's rookie year when he ran over that guy. And it was like his first catch for the Giants. And he just literally lowered his shoulder and ran over this back. And I always forget the guy's name, the defensive tackle who somehow became the logical replacement for Regis Philbin, like the greatest career ever.
Michael Strahan.
Strahan. Watching him all hyped up on the sideline, like, oh, man, this is good. I mean, we got to get the offense the ball.
You're the only person that's ever remembered anything that happened in the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah, Jeremy Shockey. That's a blast in the past.
I mean, he did it, man. That was It was a memorable. They were playing real football that day. He really ran over that guy, so that was a great sign, you know. So you're gonna love a big tight end that's just gonna run over somebody. I kind of grew up during the era of them, the Russ Francises. Remember all those guys? Kellen Winslow.
Oh, we got Ozzie Newsome here. I mean, that's the guy that
Ozzie
is
Newsome.
a legend in Cleveland, even though he continued his career.
Casper.
Yeah.
Let them all.
Were you
Joe Dupree?
But you were the first comic to do Fenway Park too, right? That must have been. I mean, that wasn't that long ago.
Yes, I was. And you know what's funny? My agent booked me the very next day in Toronto, so I didn't even get to enjoy it. After playing Fenway Park, the very next morning, I'm at Logan Airport. They're like, take out all your laptops, no liquids. Like, I didn't even get a chance to go into one Dunkin' Donuts and get a high five. So I had to talk to him. I was like, can you let me smell the roses here? Like, I'm doing this event in Manchester, New Hampshire with Tony B, who worked with me at Fenway Park.
Yeah.
We're announcing midget wrestling, right? Smoking cigars, announcing midget wrestling, and my agent books me that night in Manchester. It's like, who wants to do anything after that? I want to hang out with the fighters and laugh and have a great night.
You couldn't even you couldn't even bask in the glow of it.
No, just the humor of it. I'll tell you what's funny is they offered me the gig through Tony V. So they call up my tour manager, Club Soda Kenny, and Club Soda says to Tony, he goes, he just played Fenway Park you think he wants to announce midget wrestling? And he goes, hey, this isn't coming from me. And then Kenny goes, hang on a second. And then Tony goes, he called me back 30 seconds later. He's like, all right, Bill's in.
Hey, there's no gig too small.
That's right. So when you go back when you go back to Boston, is it still guys like Sweeney and Tony V? Are those guys all still bouncing around?
Yeah, Tony V has been doing radio. He's like a stand-up and radio / sports legend. Tony V, when he's not doing stand-up, is in like Oscar-winning movies. They shoot a lot of movies in Boston, and he's like a genius, man. Like he let the business come to him. He was in a movie, I think 2 years ago, that won an Oscar. I did a movie with him. I shot a movie called The Heat with Sandra Bullock and Melissa McCarthy. Tony V was in that. He was also in The Brotherhood. But yeah, all those guys. I think Don Gavin might have relocated to Florida, but yeah, I owe my whole career to those guys. Those guys all started this scene and set the bar in a level of funny, what was considered killing, and what was considered hack. And it was like getting your master's degree just watching late great Kevin Knox, late great Rich Seisler. There's just so many guys that I just came up watching. Kenny Rogerson.
Oh, Kenny Rogerson.
Yeah.
Dude.
But also, it's it's amazing how many like young comics ignore what those older guys and women can impart to them. You know what I mean? They kind of like, well, that was then, this is now. But it's always really smart to kind of see what those people were doing and really kind of glean. When you're starting out and you really don't know anything about anything, you know, to ignore that is really at your own peril.
Well, I think everybody kind of goes back like 20 years. So, like, I mean, I didn't go back to, like, Jack Benny and the Ed Sullivan Show, and those guys did. But, like, whatever they absorbed from that, you can get from them. So as long as you're going back, like the kids today, if they go back to the late 90s, early 2000s, they'll be fine. I mean, because I mean, at some point you have to go out and do stand-up. At this point, there's almost like 80 years of history. You don't want to be like, you're not making like some Ken Burns documentary on stand-up, you know. At some point, you kind of got to, it's like being into music. You listen to it all the time, but I would think at some point you got to pick up an instrument and write a song, or you're not going to get anywhere. So, I mean, I think there's a bunch of amazing young comics coming up, as there always is.
Do you think that being as, I mean, running down a list of Bill Burr credits would take a long time? I mean, you were doing Breaking Bad when that was on, and you've got a new thing dropping on Netflix that I'll talk about. I know you probably can't, but I'll talk about it. And
don't forget, I Love the 80s Strikes Back on VH1.
All that stuff. You know, I saw you pop up in Reservation Dogs, and I was happy to see you in that. And do you think that that has allowed, casting that wide net, has that allowed you to avoid the as far as your stand-up goes, because you're doing your own thing and you're expressing yourself the way you want to? I know you're smart about it, but you're really keeping that all intact. Has casting that wide net really allowed you to avoid like the Twitterati trying to ruin your life because of something you said?
All right. Well, first of all, there were some bad people doing some bad things. And then, you know, people wanted to stop it. And then, like everything, it gets out of control.
Yeah.
Like every movement starts with the right thing. And then what happens is psychos get a hold of it. And, you know, decent people don't want to tell other people what to do. But sociopaths do. And they forever will be on point for any sort of movement, and they'll make it about themselves. So it started off, you know, with stuff that nobody. Sorry, it went down the street. It went down the street like a, you know, like a, I don't know what, runaway street sweeper, just sucking everything under that was anywhere near it.
Right.
And I think that the psycho left kind of realizes they overstepped their bounds, because they're kind of going like, now their new thing is to say, nobody really got canceled. Nobody got canceled. Like, wait a minute. Yes, they did. Well, they think like they didn't get canceled because they still can tour the country doing stand-up. It's like, but they had a movie career. They had a TV show or whatever. It's like they definitely got blacklisted.
Yeah.
And I will say the amount of people that I saw chiming in on stuff that it's like, why are you chiming in on this? You weren't even there. Somebody's reputation, somebody's career is on the line here. And if something happened, then yeah, but you don't know what happened. Why are you jumping in on this? It would seem like people, it just got crazy, that whole just, that believe all women. And it was just like, okay, so only men lie?
Right.
It got a little nuts.
Also,
it got a little nuts. But I will say this. That whole thing about like, oh, you can't say this, you can't be funny anymore, is all BS. That only existed on like television, New York, LA, and a few college campuses. But other than that, nobody, I haven't changed. I kind of just, it just was like in New York and LA. I didn't realize that. I was definitely thinking about, a lot when I would say something like, oh God, what if somebody filmed that? Will that get me in trouble? And I didn't realize, I didn't even notice I was doing that until I did during the pandemic. Chappelle was having those gigs out on his farm in Ohio. And when I went out there and everybody's cell phone was in a bag, it was the first time in years I felt totally free to say what I wanted to say. And I was like, oh my God, this is what it used to be like.
Yeah,
and
actually,
then I got a little pissed about that.
Yeah, I was actually at one of those shows.
These idiots who aren't even funny. They're not even funny are telling people what's funny, what they can and can't say. And I will say, though, comedically, it was fascinating to watch the extreme left behave that extreme right. Like, they reminded me like when the right was going after the Dixie Chicks.
Yeah, right.
And they're like, well, they have a right to say what they say, and we have a right to disagree with it. It's like, you're not disagreeing with it. You're not going tit for tat. You're trying to systematically destroy their ability to earn a living. That's different. And that's what the left ended up doing for years now. And I think they kind of realized that, so they're kind of walking away from it. Like, it wasn't that bad.
Well, and left or right, if you go far enough out in the fringes, they're going to meet together in the back, and you're going to find they're all the same people.
Yeah, out of their minds with different ideas.
Yeah.
Out of their freaking, the amount of crap that I've heard from both sides on the fringe. I just feel like everybody else is more sort of huddled in the middle, like waiting for mom and dad to stop screaming at each other.
Right. It's triggered a lot of people.
What happened to? Yeah, why don't we just sort of everybody calm down?
Bill, I was at one of those.
I've been doing a bit about that in my act, about how nuts both the right and left got during the pandemic, and both sides are sort of claiming that they're right. And I'm like, this is kind of like Vietnam. I don't know who's right, who's wrong here.
Right. Let's hope it ends better.
We both got a little crazy there. We
Yeah.
both got a little crazy, got a little nuts.
Bill Burr, I saw you
This is my doctor. This is my doctor. I took wood shop with him. And then the left was just like, I don't care what's in it. Stick it in your body. It got a little nuts there. Everybody got a little crazy.
Bill, you're at one of those Chappelle shows.
Yeah, I was at one of the Chappelle show, and I secretly recorded you, so we're going to cancel you now. No, I just want to say I always appreciate the love and respect that you have for Cleveland whenever you come to town, because last time you were at the arena, you popped over to Hilarities and had dinner there and said hi to Nick and everything. And it just it shows that you're, a hilarious, great comedian, but you also got a lot of character. And, as a comedian in this town, I see that and I appreciate it, because, Bert didn't do that.
He got back in the bus. He had to get to the next town.
Well, maybe he was tired.
He was.
Give a man a break. I mean, the guy's on stage without his shirt on. I mean, he's out in the elements. All right. I mean, he's working a lot harder. I just lean on a mic stand. That man is working harder than James Brown. So you got to give him. You got to cut him some slack.
I do.
He had to catch a flight to Toronto the very next day, and so he was
rushed.
He's
got the same age and I do.
Yeah, there you go. Right. Bill Burr is in town next Saturday night. Bill Burr Live is at the Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium down there in Canton. You can go to hofvillage.com for the details. His directorial debut is called Old Dads. It's going to drop on Netflix on the 20th of next month. It looks very funny, and you'll be able to see it then. You and I are both old dads. We're both drummers, Bill. I always love talking to you. And we're excited.
What do you play? What kind of kit?
I grew up playing Tama drums, but I play Pearl drums now.
Nice.
Yeah. And
they're making a comeback. I got a Gretsch broadcaster that I love.
Oh, nice! Holy cow! What kind of cymbals you playing? You playing Zildjians or Sabians, or what are you playing?
What do I have right now? I got some Istanbul. I've been playing some of the jazz stuff.
Yeah, okay.
Getting into that.
Good for you.
Being a little snooty here.
Yeah, I guess
I can only do the fail at the bottom stuff for so long before I got to listen to a little Count Basie,
Understood. Yeah, you got to keep your chops fluid.
That's right.
Listen, man.
For all the gigs I don't have.
Right. Well, again, when you get called, if you get counted in, then you know what you're doing. And you get the tap on the shoulder. Listen, I appreciate your time, man, and we'll see you next weekend when you're here in town.
Beautiful. Thank you, guys. Have a nice day.
Thank you, pal. You too. There's Bill Burr, hofvillage.com, to look into those tickets. And the new, because of the SAG strike, he can't talk about it. But I will tell you, the new movie, Old Dads, it's him, Bobby Cannavale, and Bokeem Woodbine. They're old dads. And it's dropping on Netflix. Bill Burr, his first time directing. It's October 20th. It's going to drop on Netflix, so look for it there. I got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
From the director of
your utility bills. Electric bills skyrocketing? You can opt into NOPAC at any time for rates as low as 6.45 cents per kilowatt hour. It only takes one phone call to NOPAC's Customer Care Center at 888-851-0459. That's 888-851-0459.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Break it down. I was working late on my Haftorah when I heard a knock on my bedroom door. I opened it up, and to my surprise, there was a werewolf standing there with glowing gold eyes. He says, tomorrow, my son, you will be a man. But tonight's the time to join the Wolfen clan. Tomorrow you will stand at the beamer and pray. But tonight, let's gaze at the moon and bathe. Werewolf for mitzvah, spooky, scary. Boys becoming men, men becoming wolves. Werewolf for mitzvah, spooky, scary.
Maybe Poundcake could go as werewolf bar mitzvah. Tracy. Werewolf bar mitzvah.
Never
Why
been
not?
Werewolf before. I would do that.
Just get some white face paint and be zombie pharaoh or zombie cop.
Maybe I could do a zombie. I've done vampire before. Like, I've done vampire twice, and I feel like that's tired now. So
Get yourself some dark shades and a full-length leather duster, and you can go as Blade, Wesley Snipes.
Or Farmer Zach.
I'm not familiar enough with the movie to go with as Blade.
Okay, well, right.
I've never gone as a superhero.
Who's Farmer Zach?
It's from Detroiters when it was Face on Love, and he turned the farmer into basically him as Blade.
Gotcha. Why don't you go as independent fielder?
There you go.
Or
Line Drive Peter.
Line Drive Peter.
Go as Line Drive Peter. It can be anything you want it to be, and people will go, what are you? And you'll say Line Drive Peter. And they won't know what you're talking about unless they listen to the show, but it can be anything you want it to be.
I'll think about that.
All right. Something to think about. If you want to leave us voicemails, you can certainly do that. Our after hours line is always open to you. It's 216-986-8903.
Yeah, Alan, you jogged my memory mentioning overweight trades workers or laborers. There was this Amish carpenter, a guy about 5'10", but easily 400 pounds, and it wasn't muscle. I mean, this was just a solid slab of human. But we're sitting down taking a break, and he pulls out an unopened 8-pack of hot dogs, cuts the corner off, starts popping them out like potato chips. Proceeds to finish the entire pack in about 30, 45 minutes, whatever break was. And then proceeds to take the bag, tip it back, and drink the hot dog water. And break was over. Everybody just calmly got up, left, and got back to work. I think that was as much as we cared to see. Anyway, love you, love me, hate the show.
I think that's disgusting.
Well, you don't get the 400 pounds by accident. And hot dogs are already cooked. So you're not eating them raw. Huh?
It's not even, but like, it's not even refreshing. Like,
the hot dog water was.
No, it's not. Like, like, stop. It's going to make me throw up just thinking about it.
It was hot dog water for Halloween.
Yeah. Why not? Okay, that's so nasty. Yeah, that's a flex, boy. That's
commitment.
You're out there in the hot sun or whatever he was doing, manual labor. Huh?
Are you throwing up?
That's all hot dog water right there.
Are you vomiting right now? Thinking about hot dog water? Don't turn off your mic.
No, I'm fine. I'm good. That's just nasty. Like, there's levels. There's levels to fatness.
I took a big old swaller out of it, and I was like, uh-oh.
Years ago, I had a classmate that would clear her tray, like any little sauce that was like, just thinking about it, it's gross. Like any sauce that was like left on the tray, she would take her finger and just go around.
Oh God!
Like
like
she would just go around the sides or just like get there wasn't like a drop of sauce or anything. Like, no matter what it was, she would go around and just get every last little bit and just. That just brought me back.
It's like last call when you wring out the bar rag into a shot glass. And
might as well just lift it up the tray and just like.
They call it a hairy. It's got a million names. A hairy buffalo, and you wring out the bar rag into a shot glass and get somebody to drink it. You give them $20.
That's essentially what it is. But she might as well have just like licked the tray because she was doing it. She was putting it to her finger and then licking her finger.
And why did she do that? She liked the sauce that much.
It was with anything. She cleared her plate like she was just a big girl. She would clear her plate.
Oh, she was a big girl.
And I was grossed out by it, but like I didn't want to be rude and just like get up and leave, but like I didn't want to like face her while I was eating because I didn't want to see that. It was gross.
A lot of people are suggesting that you just dress up like a sports talker. I don't know what that costume is.
Hell, I got that on right now. I'm wearing calves.
There you go. No, like the old ABC Wide World of Sports, like when Dandy Don Meredith and Howard Cosell were wearing those Century 21 jackets.
No.
And then you can repurpose it for the Cleveland Scene Party. Just lemon yellow.
If there is one.
If there is one.
Maybe I'll do lime green, or mint green. That's
now,
kind of hot.
How would you determine which of those two colors is preferable? Because they're both bold colors.
Mm-hmm.
Lime green or canary yellow, like a lemon yellow.
I don't know. I haven't worn either in a very long time, so I just have to see which one is my color.
In a very long time, so you've worn them before.
I'm sure I have. I've had like a yellow coat before. And then lime green. I'm sure I've had a shirt that was like lime green.
Okay. I'm looking at a suit right now called the Lemonade. And it's bright.
Snazzy.
It's bright yellow. There's an orange one called the Creamsicle. You could wear that. And then they've got them like wild patterns and, American flag.
Can I just Google this? The Lemonade suit?
I mean, if Bill wants to throw it on camera 6, I'll show it to you.
It's going to be delayed, though.
That's fine. I mean, it's called the Lemonade. It just needs to be up there for a second, just long enough for Poundcake to see it. And it's like $150. I mean, the blazer is like $150. Suit pants like $60. Gets to have a bow tie if you want. It'd be pretty sharp. All right, pretty sharp.
That?
Yes, that. What's the matter with that?
What'd you think you were gonna see?
I don't know.
It said lemon yellow. I mean, that's bright. That is one bright lemon.
Yeah, that's super bright. And
all right. Well, you want people to see you, though, right? You want people to have to wear sunglasses around you. You want to make an entrance.
Well,
party.
I'm probably not going to have a shirt underneath. It's just going to be taco meat.
Love it.
So, I don't know. We'll see.
Taco meat. Or like Jeff Daniels in Dumb and Dumber. He and Jim Carrey.
You had
the powder blue suit.
Good look.
Yep.
It's classy.
Alan, I was drinking a bottle of Dr. Pepper at work yesterday and spitting my chew into a Coke bottle.
Oh,
and without
I already know
looking,
this is going.
I brought the Coke bottle to my lips, and by the time the liquid hit, I realized what I'd done and almost puked. Yeah, I mean, I've told the story before about a guy I used to work with at my station in Chicago who took a gulp of what he thought was Pepsi. And it was someone else's dip can.
It's the
spit
worst.
can.
I get shots after that. Like
dipping is one thing that like smoking I can kind of but dipping is one of those things that I have never understood.
I don't know what it is. It's a middle America thing or a South thing because
I understand that people do it. I just don't. It's never seemed appealing in any way.
It's a very specific type of guy though because these farm boys, like, they were so hot and they're just so muscular, and they never smoked. I never saw them, like, take a hit of a cigarette. But, boy, did they had the little circle in their pocket, the dip, and then they had, like, the little lump in their mouth. And they used to get in trouble at school because they would have the dip in their mouth while they were in class. But
yeah, but it wasn't just farm boys.
A lot of it was like the...
I mean, I went to school with city kids, and every one of these bros had the tiny little can of, the can of grapefruit juice you'd have behind the bar with the foil tab. They'd empty that out, and they'd
walk around spin into that all day.
It was Catholic school, so we were wearing blazers and ties, and they'd put them in the inside pocket, and all through class, they'd be leaning their mouth into this can. I'm like, you can't even get that all the way up to your mouth, so you're hoping it gets in there.
And it gives you...
That's how important all that is to you. A little pinch between the cheek and gums.
And it gives you a hit. Like, I've never done it.
Well, it's direct tobacco into your...
My mom would have killed me. She spent all this money on my mouth for braces and getting my teeth corrected. I'm going to dip. Oh, she would have murdered me.
Little raisin tumors.
Yeah.
Guys thought they were getting away by not smoking. Yeah. How would that mouth do? Not dip, Mom. How about the Cher story? You see the Cher thing?
She stopped eating cheese.
What?
That's the only thing I saw.
Did she stop eating cheese?
In like the 70s or something. She's like, I stopped eating cheese, and that's why I was able to maintain my...
Why is she sitting on that story until now? Why didn't she release that? No, she's accused of hiring men to kidnap her son, but it sounds more like an intervention type thing. She had a kid with Greg Allman many years ago, a kid named Elijah Blue, who's had his own bands along the way. Wasn't he in a band called, what was his band? He had a metal band. It was like Deadsy or something. Was that Elijah Blue? Anyway, he's a grown-ass man. Yeah, Deadsy. He had, he's got bona fides from his mom is Cher, his dad's Greg Allman. And this whole thing is in court, accusing Cher of paying 4 guys to drag her son out of a hotel room on the night of his wedding anniversary with his wife.
After he was at a Subway.
Yeah. And so it sounds like maybe a drug thing or something, or like they're filing suit against her and saying that, I don't know. His now estranged wife said they were working on their marriage, but Cher kicked them out of their house. And so they were alone in New York and staying in a hotel.
They're on their payroll, probably.
Raising rich kids is
it's tough, man.
It's the lifestyle we're accustomed to, and now we're living in a luxurious hotel, like in New York.
So the girlfriend of the ex-wife or whatever said that they were in a hotel for 12 days, and then 4 people came to the room and dragged him out, and one of them said that they were hired by his mother, who's Cher, of course. And so the estranged wife or whatever is like, I don't know where he is. I can't see him. It sounds like maybe they were not a good pair, or that they were...
They are taking advantage of Cher now that she is older. Because wasn't there a story years ago that someone was selling drugs out of Cher's house, or her house got raided? Don't you remember that?
Oh, I don't know about that.
We talked about it on the show.
We probably did.
Her house got raided because... I think it was her assistant's son, who was also living in that house, was selling drugs out of that house. And they came and raided her
But, I
house.
mean, everybody in this family... Cher's own dad was a heroin addict. Greg Allman is, like, legendary for his drug addictions. So you're kind of, like, halfway screwed by the time you know...
Yeah,
if you're their
the
kid.
genes are there.
Yeah. And so it sounds like maybe
so
Cher's just trying to get him out of a bad situation. But this is all going down in court.
Or maybe she's actually trying to kidnap him.
Maybe so. Maybe she's just trying to get him out of it. But obviously the clickbait is that, Cher sent a team of dudes in to kidnap her son. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe they should put him on that show Intervention.
That's...
get his face back out there.
Yeah.
Promote my new album.
Alan, I love dipping tobacco. I love the taste.
Ugh.
And having something between your lip and gum is satisfying. Also,
that would drive me crazy.
That's Dustin. That's Dustin in Georgia texting me.
That's...
It's an addiction. Also, my teeth are not rotten.
No, I didn't say you rot your teeth. It's the gums.
You get little raisin tumors over time. You're like, oh, what are these little things in my head? I thought I was... No, listen, these days, there's no more mystery about that kind of stuff. So you go into it with your eyes wide open, you know. Go back to the 50s where people thought, like, cigarettes are good for you. You know, your doctor was
Lucky
smoking.
Strike.
Hey, it's got vitamin C.
It's the one athletes smoke.
Yeah. If it's good enough for your nurse, it's good enough for you. What, are you too good to smoke cigarettes?
Your doctor was smoking when you were born.
I took a big old swaller out of it, and I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh, Dustin's sober, too, so he needs that. He needs
that
some
hit.
vice. Yeah, he needs some vice, so yeah, go for it.
Everyone needs a vice. I get it. And I
What's
was
your
just...
vice?
I said porn, probably.
Porn is your vice.
Men.
Well, how is it a vice, though?
It's something that you're...
It's a hobby. You like it.
No.
You are a gay man. How is that a vice?
But...
Has a vice grip on your life?
Well, you think about a vice as something wicked or immoral. Like, wouldn't it be...
But how is that immoral?
But smoking cigarettes would be considered a vice, right?
I think they would be considered a vice in old-timey times.
Drinking alcohol is not a vice?
I don't think of it as an addiction as a vice. Like you said, it's the old-timey definition was like immoral behavior, like something borderline criminal. I don't think of just an addiction as being a vice. I think of it as, you know, back when they were like, he's in jail for pornography.
Okay, well, I would
That's
say...
what I think.
So,
being
weakness of character or behavior, a bad habit. So any bad habit, really.
Yeah, okay, me being promiscuous, that would be...
But why is that a bad habit? What's more...
Because that's not good to be having sex with strangers.
Why? If you're taking care of yourself and
safe.
them, promiscuity, as long as you're cautious, there's nothing wrong with it.
But I don't think you can be cautious to
that's
a
all
point,
that
but you're still having
that's
sex
all
with a
that
stranger.
Jesus working in your brain.
No, you're still having sex with a stranger.
So what? That's what people like.
I'm just clarifying that...
I don't think that's bad behavior.
Okay.
Well, then stop doing it.
I don't care.
I
but it's
can.
bad behavior.
See, that's everybody's answer, too. They go, it's terrible. Well, then stop. I can't.
I didn't say it
like
was,
you have no control over your life.
I didn't say it was terrible. I said it's not the best thing, but it's...
What's the best thing?
To have a monogamous...
Okay.
You had that.
Here's a better explanation.
And I broke up with that.
Right. You didn't want it.
Bad habits can be broken or trained. A vice can only be managed. So a vice is closer to an addiction.
Okay. Well, then...
well...
Okay, bad habit. Then I'm misusing vice then.
But again, it's not a bad habit if you're not hurting or harming anyone.
Okay.
That's what I think.
Okay.
Like it's not keeping you from doing your job.
Yeah, you're not making another person's life difficult.
Yeah, you're not paying for
prostitutes or something.
Prostitutes or anything like that. You're just enjoying the company of another person from time to time consensually. There's nothing wrong with that.
But even if you were paying for prostitutes, I mean, that is a crime.
Right.
But it's not, I don't think it's immoral. It might be criminal.
Well, I was thinking of something that, like, people do to let off some release that is, like, not, I don't know, I guess
sexual threesome.
Sex or porn, when I grew up, was just, like, not talked about. So it was just...
Did you think it was when Alan and I were, like...
Yeah, you grew up in the mid-90s.
You grew
what
up
are
when
you
it was
talking
talked about.
Yeah.
You grew up in the early
golden
2000s.
age.
Like,
Oh, my God.
But there was another level because I was gay. So it wasn't, no one was talking about gay porn unless it was like
Well,
a joke.
you weren't talking about gay porn. There were plenty of people talking about gay porn when you were a kid and in high school. You weren't because you weren't out.
Well, it was a joke because there was like, people would send you a link and it would be a link to like a gay porn video.
Yeah, that goes to show that it was being discussed and talked about, though. The fact that you could send links to porn when you were a kid. Like
you didn't have to hide a copy of Honcho magazine in the closet.
You didn't have to go to a wood pile and dig through it hoping to find a magazine. Like
one that you all shared, by the way. Hey, where did you put that club magazine? It's in the tree stump.
I don't know.
Up the street.
Maybe it is kind of ingrained to me.
Yeah, it's
promiscuity would seem like a vice to me.
It's all the Jesus stuff working on you.
Maybe.
Yeah. It's all the Jesus stuff.
I still kind of had that in me. So
well, I mean,
you said you believe in it, so why wouldn't you?
I guess.
Listen, if it helps you guide your life, that's one thing. But if it makes you feel like a bad person, that's nonsense.
Right. And there's so many other things that you do that make you a bad person, like actually make you a bad person. having consensual sex with a person, that is not a bad thing.
I don't know.
He doesn't know if having consensual sex is a bad thing.
I think he wants it to be a bad thing. I think he likes the idea of it being a kind of a bad thing.
He does. And then he feels terrible about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's
what gets him off.
Sometimes your friends let you down. Take your dreams and smash them on the ground. What do? Turn the page? Hell no, I'm gon' channel my rage and spit rhymes of horror, unspeakable things. From deep inside me, the darkness sings. Murder, murder, sex, sex, and murder, murder. Murder, murder, sex, sex, and murder, murder. Murder, sex, sex with murder. Murder with sex. Dead people have sex, then they murder.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and